remarks made at the podium later during council comments. Written comments can be emailed to the city clerk's office by 2 p.m. the day of the meeting, and they will be distributed to the council before the meeting. However, written comments will not be read into the record. The only comments are those presented at the podium. And on that note, I would like to come forward. Please share your name, place of residence, and we look forward to your remarks.
Thank you, Mayor Stern. I'm Judy Daniels from the North Kitsap Senior Citizens Center. And I'd like to introduce to you our president.
I'm Vicki Bockelman. I'm president of the Senior Center, and I live here in Poulsbo.
I would like to invite Jeff Ozemick to the podium, please. Jeff, could you join Vicki and I? Yeah, it's a surprise, but there are people who know about it. So, Jeff, we'd like to present you and your team a certificate of appreciation presented to the City of Poulsbo Parks and Recreation Department by the Board of Trustees and members of the North Kitsap Senior Citizen Center for your department's partnership and collaboration in providing meeting space for the center's activities during our recent opening doors remodel closure. Thank you, Jeff, and please extend our appreciation to all of your team members.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
both.
you very much.
Thank
Thank
We
you.
appreciate all.
Thank you.
Team. Thank you, team.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Poulsbo's senior citizens. And thank you, the Parks and Rec Department, led by our own Parks Director, Jeff Ozemick. That was very kind of you all. So thank you on behalf of the City Council. And again, calling for public comment. If you have any comment you'd like to share with City Council, please come forward, share your name, place of residence, and welcome.
Hi, my name is Sandy Colbings. I am the owner of The Loft, Dalabaya, and Valhalla Brewing. I'm also the HDPA parking committee chair. And I just wanted to come in today to make sure it goes into record to bring up the fiasco that was the launch of the paid parking on Saturday. I think I want to also point out how quickly the Public Works Department, I'm sure on a Saturday, didn't want to get out of bed and put tape all over the signs to cover a phone number that was incorrect. I also wanted to say that the city really reacted quickly on Monday morning to get the proper phone number on the signs. However, when we had our meeting on Friday, I directly asked, is there going to be anyone down there to talk to people, to host this thing, to say, this is what we're doing, this is how we're doing it? The answer was no. And on Saturday morning, it was awful. I think the city can learn from this. I definitely think launching a program on a day that City Hall's not open or the city isn't working, when the week before we have our administrator on vacation, the week after we have another vital part of the city and how it's viewed outward to merchants is on vacation. And I think everyone was just in such a hurry to launch this thing that a lot was missed. Moving forward, I want to reiterate that merchants are your partners. They're not your adversaries. It may seem like that, how we comment, but we really want this city to run well too. And like a prosperous city is prosperous for all of us. So if we can all just internalize that and moving forward to make sure that we really, new programs that we don't fully understand, that we vet them before we launch them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Appreciate the tone of your remarks. Calling for public comment, if you please come to the podium.
Good evening. My name's Michelle Riemann. Sorry, I'm going to have to put these on. Hopefully you are aware of Kitsap Rowing Association. It's a 501c3 nonprofit masters rowing club dedicated to providing both recreational and competitive rowing opportunities to Kitsap community. The organization is based at the Port of Poulsbo. I'm not here today as a representative of Kitsap Rowing Association, but rather as a Poulsbo resident of more than 25 years who cares deeply about maintaining community resources that improve physical health, mental well-being, and overall quality of life. Kitsap Rowing Association was voted Best Athletic Club by readers of West Sound Magazine in 2024. The association provides rowing opportunities throughout the week: Sunday mornings, Monday evenings, Tuesday mornings, Wednesday evenings, Friday mornings, Saturday mornings, and also learn to row classes on select weekends several times throughout the year. Kitsap Rowing Association is operated entirely by volunteers. The volunteer model is what allowed the organization to keep membership and program costs affordable and accessible to the community. Under the new paid parking system, however, volunteers are now required to pay for parking while donating their time and service. Requiring volunteers to pay in order to contribute to a community nonprofit seems inconsistent with the spirit of volunteerism that helps make Poulsbo a strong and connected community. The City Council has stated that one of its goals is to ensure that all people can access tools and opportunities to improve their quality of life. With that goal in mind, I respectfully ask the council to consider a parking fee exemption for Kitsap Rowing Association members and Learn to Row participants. One possible approach could be modeling after the system used on Bainbridge Island. Bainbridge Island does not charge for parking. However, it does enforce time limits. When rowing activities exceed those limits, rowing club members can display a club-issued place card in their vehicle, allowing them to park while participating in the club activities. A similar program could provide a practical solution in Poulsbo. I thank you for your consideration and for your continued service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you for being a great spokeswoman for the organization. Again, calling for public comment. If there's a comment you'd like to share with City Council, now would be the time. 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record, place of residence. And I'll note right now that after the second part of our meeting, the workshop agenda, when we recess the dais and reconvene below, there'll be a second call for public comments. That's toward the end of the evening, but there will be a second call. So calling a last time for public comment. And not seeing any, we're going to move on. The next item on the agenda is mayor's report and council comments. And we're going to begin tonight with a proclamation. And the proclamation is to declare August 26th, 2026, Women's Equality Day. And I'd like to turn to my right and offer the opportunity and honor to our newest council colleague, Leighton Thomas, to read the proclamation into the record, if she'd be so kind.
Be my pleasure. Thank you. Can I have it? Whereas Elizabeth Cady Stanton and others first seriously proposed women's right to vote at Seneca Falls, New York on July 14th, 1848. And whereas Susan B. Anthony joined forces with Stanton in 1851, and they worked together over the next half century for women's right to vote. And whereas Carrie Chapman Catt, founder and early leader of the League of Women Voters, entered the struggle later and became a leader in the suffragist movement that helped lead it to victory. And whereas these three women and so many more endured hardships of public humiliation, terms in jail, ridicule, and they did it so that the women of yesterday, today, and tomorrow can exercise their right to vote. And whereas on August 26, 1920, just days after Tennessee became the 36th and last needed state to ratify the amendment, the United States Secretary of State signed the proclamation enacting the 19th Amendment. Therefore, Mayor Edward Stern does hereby proclaim August 26, 2026 as Women's Equality Day.
Thank you, Councilwoman Thomas. Appreciate you reading that into the record. The next item will be mayor's report and council comments, and I'm going to start to my far left with Councilwoman Pam Crow. Good evening, Pam.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. It's good to be back. I've been away spending time with family, and I just want to say I appreciate the comments that are been shared in person as well as communicated via email. And I'd have to share that this is definitely a learning opportunity and to course correct on some implementation and things that we have put into place. And in speaking to, the parking situation, definitely some missteps. And hopefully we can course correct on that. So thank you for your comment.
Thank you, Councilwoman Crowe. Good evening, Councilman Newell.
Thank you. Happy summer day. I got to look over the public works. Is the air conditioner actually on in here? Or we just, you can hear it. It's calling us to all be outside by the pool or something. Lighthearted aside, we've been on a journey about how do we improve our city across many neighborhoods to include our downtown area. One part of that is how do we increase access to downtown? A lot of discussion about the need or desire to implement paid parking, but that's just a tool and might not be more than just a revenue tool. We still have outstanding the discussion about how do we improve access to downtown? How do we enable more people to visit? And understanding that our demand is extremely variable. Saturday was one of those glorious days. It wasn't even quite this warm, but we had an arts festival downtown, huge draw, lots of people coming. It was an exciting time to be in Poulsbo. And we are blessed to have a town that has those types of days. So we have some work ahead of us. I think all of us are understand that. Just looking forward to thinking about and talking about and implementing next steps.
Thank you, Doug. Councilman Doug Tabor. Good evening, Doug.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. And good evening to our neighbors, business owners, friends. Thank you for being here. I'm going to echo a bit of what my colleagues have already said. I know downtown parking has been on a lot of minds, so let me start with reiterating some of the facts that we've gone over before, but I think are really worth bearing down on. Paid parking is limited only to Anderson Parkway waterfront lots. That represents 36.5% of the city's downtown parking spaces, not 36% of all downtown parking. But when you include privately owned spaces, the city-owned paid parking applies to roughly 1 in 6 spaces downtown. And paid parking did not happen overnight, and it did not happen without debate. The city has spent more than 2 years working through this iteration of paid parking with a parking advisory committee, an outside consultant, community input, and extensive public discussion. We heard from businesses and owners worried that charging for parking could discourage some customers from stopping and shopping downtown. We heard from residents who believe that better enforcement of existing time limits might improve turnover without charging for parking. These concerns helped shape the program. This is why paid parking is limited to the highest demand waterfront lot rather than implemented elsewhere in downtown like originally the original designs had as options. Tuesday and federal holidays remain free, and the city has committed to reinvesting parking revenue downtown in parking operations, enforcement, signage, employee parking, and ultimately additional parking capacity and other transportation solutions. To our business owners, thank you for coming and thank you for working with us on this complex issue. To quote our planning director, this is our first time implementing this. None of us are paid parking experts or experts at implementing paid parking. I appreciate you working with us, and I invite each of you to reach out to my city email and set up time to discuss paid parking. I came into this, like many of my fellow colleagues, on the fence on the matter. I wasn't for or against paid parking until I digested everything that was presented to council. Our job is simple: monitor the program, close gaps, measure whether it works, and be honest about what it costs and what it produces, and remain accountable to businesses, residents, and families who make downtown Poulsbo what it is. Lastly, as one of 7 council members, each of us has reached our own reasoning for supporting or not supporting paid parking. For me, this comes down to affordability and fairness. Poulsbo regularly welcomes a visitor population several times larger than our own population, and that demand creates real cost. Costs currently carried almost entirely by city residents, those living within the city's limits. A targeted use fee in the highest demand parking areas helps distribute those costs more equitably, ensuring that those using the resource help fund it. The revenue generated will improve access to downtown, reduce pressure on the general fund, which in short is a fair way to balance the tax burden while strengthening long-term health of our downtown. Thanks again. That's it for me, Mayor.
Well done. And Deputy Mayor Brett Livedall, welcome, Brett.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you who made comment. I'm not going to go dive too deep into this. I know that we're going to have maybe a little more robust conversation later on during department head comments, but I do share the sentiment of frustration and disappointment with how paid parking was rolled out. And I agree that there's a lot of opportunity for learning and adjusting, and I look forward to doing that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Layton Thompson, thank you for reading the proclamation, and please share with us this evening.
Thank you for the honor. I will keep my comments brief. I also share the frustration with the rollout, and we have a lot to learn. I think pulling back also, it gave us a specific lens on some opportunities where we can improve our communications efforts. And I look forward to more conversation about that and how we can do better as a city. Thank you for everyone being here tonight.
Councilman Michael Fitzpatrick.
My welcome to the community. My comments will be focused. They may not be as brief. I have 3 comments tonight. The first is I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that this is our first meeting from the dais since the August 11th light show over Liberty Bay. I hope everyone here and watching online was able to participate in that. I attended with my wife, and we thought the presentation was spectacular. And our deep appreciation goes out to the Gig Harbor High School students for their excellent showcraft and technical skills in service to our community. I also want to give my appreciation to the mayor and his team at Parks and Recreation for making that happen. My second comment is that I had my first opportunity to meaningfully volunteer at the Recovery Cafe with the staff last week. I got to serve tostadas and Mexi-Talks to the members of the cafe. And it was a real gift to spend part of the day with those lovely folks. Many of the members there are people in places of significant crisis in their life, and yet every one of them met me at the serving window full of warmth and generosity. It was a humbling experience in the best way possible. I look forward to future volunteer opportunities with them, and I very much encourage qualified members of the public to consider volunteering there if you feel so inclined. I also want to mention today was their 1-year anniversary. They served cake and ice cream at the member center, and I think our clerk has a couple pictures from that. So that is your staff along with your police chief and one very silly council member celebrating their accomplishment this year. And in that photo, you can see a bunch of the members gathered there with the staff. Again, these people are the reason they do it, and they've done great work over the past year. Lastly, I want to say a little bit about paid parking. As everyone has said, the paid parking program went live over this past weekend, starting on August 15th. This started with a city council resolution all the way back in March of 2025, and it's been a bit of a journey to get here. I know there were issues over the weekend, and I'll address some of those later, but I wanted to start by thanking the different city departments who collaborated together to get us to this point. I want to first thank the Public Works for putting up signs, taking down signs, putting up more signs, painting parking stalls, striping the downtown area, and more. I want to thank the planning department for all the logistical work they did creating the infrastructure for our parking program, including those beautiful maps that show people where different kinds of parking are located and the parking landing page that people can use to better understand what the current policy is. I want to thank the police department for overseeing our parking enforcement, for overseeing the Park Mobile contract, for assisting the public with their questions. I'm pretty sure that managing a paid parking system wasn't on the chief's bucket list of life goals to do before retirement, but I very much appreciate your leadership in this role. And lastly, I want to thank the city administrator who had to pick up a lot of the slack and perform tasks in this process that didn't really have an appropriate staff person to assign them to. Rob does a lot of the behind the scenes work to hold these programs together, and I thank him for it. So there were a few pleasant surprises with the paid parking program that the city opted for that you may not know about, and I'd like to share with you now. So these are features that I learned about for the first time in the past week that I think will make the community happy. The first is that you can pay in half-hour increments. I was concerned that we were going to require pay by the hour, but half-hour increments are really convenient, especially for patrons who just want to swing in, grab a donut, get some tea, and take off. Now you only have to pay for the 30 minutes you need. Second, I learned that you don't have to use all the time that you book in the app. You can end your parking session early and receive a refund for some of the difference. I have been to other cities in Washington that do not have this feature, and I can tell you it is really annoying. I went to a city that had a 2-hour minimum that you had to purchase and no option to end your parking session early. So I very much appreciate that we are not going to be one of those cities. 3, when council approved the Park Mobile contract, those of you who watched that meeting probably noticed that some of us had some anxiety around patrons being charged a vendor fee each parking session. I learned that the city made the decision to pay that cost out of the paid parking revenue, which again demonstrates goodwill towards the public. That means patrons only pay the posted fee rate plus applicable sales tax. And lastly, I learned that Anderson Parkway will not have paid parking in effect on Tuesdays or posted holidays, and that includes time limits. I had concern about the logistics of switching timed parking in Anderson on and off, and it looks like the city ended up feeling the same way. I voted for the current resolution on paid parking, not because I thought it was perfect, but because I thought it was a reasonable place to start. And I still think that, and I hope the community will give it time over the next year for the city to work out the kinks and create a parking experience that recedes into people's backgrounds. We did have some challenges implementing the parking management program over this weekend. I hope my appreciation for the hard work of our staff is evident, but I also owe it to our public to acknowledge that we have struggled at times to get this to fruition. So over the weekend, we had some significant confusion about whether it was possible to call in to pay for parking. I understand it is now. The police department and Public Works responded quickly to address the situation, but it has left a question in the public's mind why we didn't catch this earlier during testing. Similarly, our quite useful and smartly designed parking page was not updated to reflect that paid parking was in effect until late in the day on Tuesday, even though the program went live on Saturday. These facts suggest that the city may have needed a little more time to prepare for implementation and to get its communication plan in place before initiating the program. Now look, there are a lot of reasons for the struggles that we've had around implementing paid parking. Some of it lies with us and the community, as we have been too willing to share rumors and conspiracies rather than sticking to the facts. Some of the blame may lie with us on council. I've heard from staff that the March 2025 parking resolution was complicated to implement and not easy to message with the public. But I also hope that the city recognizes that there are real opportunities here for more communication with council and the public about what is feasible given staff capacity. If you all need more time or resources for the policy directions of council, I hope you'll say so. Sometimes it's the city's posture to communicate less when more is needed. I've found that our public is often less frustrated by decisions they disagree with when they at least feel they were given an adequate, timely response and explanation. So in that spirit, I'm going to wrap up by saying I look forward to the city administrator's report tonight and what he needs for the city to improve the narrative around our parking program. And I want to end by asking the mayor to speak to the council about the reasons that the city has struggled with communicating with the public about parking and what the mayor's vision is for improving the city's communication and policy implementation going forward. While it's no secret, Mayor, that you oppose this particular parking management plan, you've always been committed to faithfully implementing the program. And it's my belief that we need your leadership and guidance now as the city continues to implement council's parking policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And then to my far right, Councilman Rick Eckert. Good evening, Rick.
Mayor, council, public, those who spoke, thank you. We always appreciate when folks come and speak from the podium. It's never fun to talk to an empty room. So yes, I'll talk about parking, but I'm going to cover a couple other things first. This weekend was Chief Seattle Days over at Suquamish. I was happy and honored to attend the Chief Seattle graveside honoring ceremony. I actually thought about it, and I can't remember how many years this is. I actually can't remember the first year I went, but it's been many, and that's always a solemn event. It's a bonding event with our neighbors, and very important that we maintain that. So, happy to be there yet again. The mayor was there, and it was a nice day. It wasn't too hot this year. So, and then our art festival on Sunday came down and toured that, and yes, it was a busy weekend in Poulsbo, like many are, especially in the summer. We're going to talk tonight. Jeff's going to bring us back. We're going to talk about grass, because as we have discussed many times, we're loving Anderson Parkway to death, and so we have to talk about it. As far as communication, I did want to talk about that a little bit. We've talked in the past about there is no one in the city whose sole job it is to communicate with the public. And so what happens is many of us try, but it's not our job. It's one of the things we do in addition to whatever else we're doing. And so it's not always consistent. It's not always timely. It's not always maybe what public wants. So I do think we need to come back to that conversation. We've had it many times of, do we need a staff member for that? We mostly looked at it from an emergency management standpoint when we talked about it before, but I think there's a need for a consistent, all full-time communications person. But I also want to remind the public, we all have email, city email. It's our first initial, our last name at poulsbo.gov. We can get email at all times. Yeah, you're going to get a little message if it's the first time you've emailed us asking to confirm that you're real. That's because we also get a whole lot of spam and attempts at phishing and all the many IT things that Brooks protects us from. Also, most of us have city phones. So 360-994-9346. You can call me at any time, although I do work full time. So if you call me during the workday, you're going to get a message, but I'll call you back, I promise. You can call us and talk to us about anything the city's got going on. And believe it or not, there's dozens of issues that we're dealing with at any given moment that aren't parking. There's lots of them. There's almost 4 square miles of the city that doesn't involve parking that we're dealing with at any given moment. We got lots of things going on, and more than happy to talk to anyone in the community about it at any time, other than when I'm at work. But I know my colleagues are the same. We'll talk to you about this and anything else, as long as it's constructive. I will add that. Sending us messages on our personal Facebook that say things like, everything's terrible, this all sucks, I'll never vote for you again. That's not constructive. It's also not going to get a response. I can say with absolute conviction that I have never once, and I never will, make a decision from the rostrum. Not that. I looked up a synonym. That is based on whether or not someone will vote for me again. I make the decision that I think is the best decision with the information I have at the time. And if it's not the best one for everyone, it's the most good for the most people based on what I know and what I think is right. I never make a decision based on who's going to vote for me, who did vote for me, or who might vote for me. So again, willing and open to talk about anything we're doing. Obviously, if we haven't voted on it yet, the conversation has to be a little more candid because there's some rules around that, but we are available. And Facebook is not the end all be all or official communication method for the city. Please reach out directly because we'll debunk the rumors. We'll give you the real information. We'll talk to you about what's really going on. Had a great conversation, it was on Facebook, about streets with some citizens who wanted to compile a list of the city streets that need to be worked on. And I pointed them at Mike's presentation from a month ago and said, yeah, we just got briefed on that. And he had a great presentation on every single street in the city and its condition and where it stands and what it's going to cost to fix them. And the 3 miles that are already failed and the I think 26 million, I think it was, that it would cost to fix those 3 miles of streets that have to be completely rebuilt. The information's out there and we'll talk about it. The Complete Streets Committee that Britt and I served on, where we talked about how to improve our streets for cars and bikes and walkers and folks with wheelchairs and walkers. And that language got incorporated all the way through our comprehensive plan then because of that committee's work. It's out there. We can talk about it. And a lot of the things that I saw folks talking about, oh, that street, this street, they're the ones that we already identified as need. And we had outreach, we had surveys, everything with that committee asking for input. And now someone's trying to recreate it on their own on Facebook when we've already done it. The work is there. So folks, talk to us. It's why we're here. It's not just to talk about parking. So anyway, parking, yeah. I know some folks had a rough weekend with it. I went down and I used the app and it worked just fine. I was pleasantly surprised when I was able to end my session early and get money back because I wasn't there as long as I needed. Yeah, it's a work in progress. We never said it was a done deal. We swore from the beginning we would keep addressing this and looking at it. And if it doesn't work, we'll change. No one has ever said that we won't. We are committed to keeping up with this. But again, it's been going for 5 days and one of them was a free day. So we got to give it a little time. Nothing gets implemented this fast. Certainly not in government. And I work for 2. So give us some time, have grace on the staff. The city administrator was at a professional conference last week, not on vacation, by the way. And, you know, this stuff takes work and we're working it. So thank you. Sorry, I didn't type mine out, so I was roamed a little bit, but.
Thank you, Rick. Before I share a few brief mayor comments, I just want you to understand that agree or disagree what you just saw tonight off the dais from your elected council people is a show of caring and passion. They feel deeply. Many people feel deeply. This council reflects that caring and that passion. Doesn't mean you agree with every position taken, but everyone up here is committed in their vision to carrying out the community and the beauty and the caring and camaraderie and protecting that. And so I acknowledge that to all my colleagues and I thank you for that. I know the clerk has a couple pictures to tee up to illustrate my remarks. While those are coming up, I'd like to give a shout out to Greg Enright, who's sitting in the back row. If you'd raise your hand, Greg, so people can see you. The longtime director of the Cultural Arts Foundation, who puts on the Arts by the Bay. Started some 40 years ago. Val Torrance was deeply involved. They have never taken their foot off the pedal, and salute you. And thank you, Greg. Greg also serves long time on the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee that now my colleague, Councilman Fitzpatrick, is chairing. So again, many respects. Tip of the cap to you, Greg. Thank you. Speaking of a tip of the cap, and you've heard reference to it, a few days before the Arts by the Bay was the final evening of the summer concert series by the city of Poulsbo with its sponsorships of many great companies led by Edward Jones. But I want to give a special shout out, like Judy did, from the senior organization to our parks director, Jeff Osmick. Jeff, raise your hand just for a moment so people know who you are. These drones would not have happened without the doggedness, stubborn doggedness of Jeff, who, in spite of many hurdles and many constraints, made it happen. There were some 200 lined up on the boardwalk. I think many of you know it was done by students from Peninsula High School. So not only did we hire the show, but we were able to stand up students in their studies, their internships, and potential future careers, and learning these skill sets. It was a beautiful evening. It was the final concert series. And the next slide, if we could. There were over 20 different illustrations in three-dimensional. Some were flat, some moved. This is the City of Poulsbo's logo that you see over my left, done in metal art. Beautiful. So Jeff, thank you. Thanks the Parks Department. Thank the sponsors. One question I would pose to the council. I received an individual personal opinion from the chair of our planning commission, Mark Kipps, who I respect, but it was a personal opinion and I'd like you to give it some thought. This was intended for July 4. As of April, the city had no plans for any July 4th celebration. So I'd like to give a shout out to Cheryl Harris, the Rotary Club, the Port of Poulsbo, many organizations that came together, Sons of Norway. We were unable to launch this on July 4th for a host of reasons, including the Navy has final say over any flight path within proximity to the Delta Pier, our submarine base, and we needed that. That was part of what Jeff was able to navigate. Mark Kipps suggested that even though the stated intention is a substitute for fireworks on July 4th, and this was our trial run for that, he suggested that perhaps continuing it as the final event of the concert series might be appropriate. An all-day July 4th lasting until 10 in the evening might invite fatigue, might invite behaviors that might get tired. At the end, there might be imbibing. We all remember July 3rd event that went on for many years. So I would like to ask the council to cogitate, think, and provide feedback, if you care to, on the thought of July 4 versus the final concert series of each year. That might make it easier on law enforcement, might make it easier on a host of fronts. But again, one of my desires was, as we implement a personal use fireworks ban in 2027, that instead of just a taking, there's also a giving, a substitute, some other activity. So I parked that with the city council. The last remark I'll share this evening, Rick Eckert touched on it. We do the land acknowledgement at each of our council meetings to recognize we're at one of the major seasonal campsites of the Suquamish tribe, people of the clear saltwater. The only path connecting the Longhouse on land to any one site was to what we now call Poulsbo, which was a major seasonal camp here. The Longhouse, and referencing Chief Seattle in the Treaty of 1855. We were able to attend the graveside. I appreciate that. This is a bit of a spoiler alert. I'm not going to put it on the overhead, but Councilman Eckert, even dating back to his days on the school board as a director, was very desirous of acknowledging Indigenous Peoples Month, which is October of every year, sought to celebrate the Suquamish tribe, knocked on that door some more. Better part of 10 years, we are now going to, for October, be putting banners up that the Suquamish tribe took the care and effort to design, and we will arrange for the printing and putting them up. So a little bit of a spoiler alert.
Resolution will be forthcoming.
Yes. But I just want to say, it's most appropriate to share this evening. I want to thank Rick, your role in it, and my colleagues on the Intergovernmental Committee in our continued efforts to strengthen relationship with the Suquamish tribe. And we do that every council meeting with a land acknowledgement. The next item on the agenda is board, commission, and outside agency reports. And I'll start with Councilwoman Pam Crow. Nothing to report. Councilman Doug Newell.
Two quick notes. The Blue Ribbon Commission on Housing met again yesterday afternoon. A lot of the discussion was about what are the things we could convey to our representatives with the upcoming session. As we prepare a list in that standpoint, we'll be bringing that back to council for information / concurrence as we go forward. The other piece we talked about is a limited employer survey to understand better who is the workforce that is potentially insecure in their housing or desiring different housing going forward, so we have a better focus on what potential problems we could be working on to solve. The other note I want to just make to my colleagues is I attended a Port of Poulsbo meeting here a week and a half ago. And they were working through their budget because that's what the fun thing is about local government as they get ready. One of the notes they mentioned, though, that I think is relevant to us is that their overnight mortgage this year is down 25%. And probably more disturbing, at least locally, is that diesel fuel sales are down 40%. And that is kind of a leading indicator to price. The cost of fuel has gone up dramatically, and one of the first places you can cut back is that. And so I just say that out loud, one, to show that, hey, we've got some challenges here as a community as prices increase, but just remember, as we increase prices, doesn't matter whether it be paid parking or some of the other things we're having conversations about, whether it be in the budget standpoint, whether it be our utility rates, there is an impact, real impact. People do react to pricing. And it was eye-opening to me. I kind of was wondering what was going on at the port because I had seen a lot less boats down there. It's real.
Quick question. Was the Blue Ribbon Commission meeting recorded?
It is. Okay.
Yes, it was on Owl.
Yeah. There wasn't, feel free to review it. There wasn't, we spent quite a bit of time going over the employee survey, which feel free.
Thank you, Councilman Newell. Councilman Tabor, any board, outside agency, or commission reports?
Yes, Mayor. Last week I attended the Kitsap Economic Development Alliance Apex Accelerator Sub-Center meeting. It's a monthly meeting that you can participate in if you're a business owner who is interested in doing prime or subcontracting for federal government contracts. And it's an amazing resource. They have a lot of the professionals who go over these contracts, who grade them, who are involved with them from the government side, and can help prepare people that are interested as sub or prime contractors trying to get a piece of this large future contracts that are going to be coming from our Navy expansion. So definitely go check that out on, you can Google Kitsap, KEDA, and look for those monthly meetings. I'll be attending the next 3 at least to continue learning about that.
And thank you for serving on that with such passion, Doug. You've really embraced it, and the council and the city appreciate it. Britt, any agency reports?
Yeah, the HDPA had its board meeting today, where, as I'm sure you will not be surprised, parking came up quite a lot. And in addition to that, other normal business regarding marketing, how to spend remaining LTAC dollars before the end of the year, dialing in budget stuff for which we will kind of schedule some special meetings, and Christmas preparations, which I've mentioned a little bit. We're trying to do a little bit more and grow Christmas decorations and the festive atmosphere downtown. One of those things is rehabbing the pretty iconic lights that go over the streets, designed and fabricated, I am pretty sure, by Bill Austin.
Yes.
And that is an interesting process, rehabbing those frames and then removing the lights and then the prospect of putting the lights back. And I was not handed, I'm the beautification chair, so I'm sort of the lead on this. And it's pretty intimidating task, I'm going to admit. I'm not doing it myself, but even so, the fear of failure is starting to set in. Thankfully, it's August, so I think there's still some time, but it feels like Christmas is right around the corner to me. So I'm going to be in touch with Bill. He doesn't know that yet, but Bill, if you're watching, I'll probably be ambushing you tomorrow at coffee to find out what the best practice is for putting the lights back on this thing and keeping them beautiful. And we're going to be adding a whole bunch of live greenery this year, more lights, doing more with the pavilion and the railing along the bulkhead. So we're pretty excited. But we're always on a shoestring budget. So it's just balancing all of that. I think that's kind of it for that report. Thanks.
Thank you, Britt. I think you make myself and Jeff Osmick feel better about putting on the light show with the drones, given the intimidation factor of hanging those arcs over Front Street. Leighton, anything to share? Michael, any agency, commission or boards?
Would it be okay if I shared a little bit about the North Kitsap Senior Center? So I attended their annual meeting recently, and I learned a few things there that I thought would be of interest to the community and to the council. So I learned that they estimate that there are about 4,000 seniors living in the North Kitsap area, and they have about a membership of 91. So their number one priority right now is outreach to generate more interest in the senior center, which, as most of you know, has been difficult because they've been displaced from their building on Front Street for nearly 6 months. But they have completed their renovations, I'm glad to say, and now have an opportunity to start inviting more members to come join them. So if you don't know about the renovations, the senior center has a new door. It's wide enough for wheelchair access, and it's fully automated. They also had their roof replaced, their interior painted, their front exterior painted, and so they will be having a ribbon cutting and a kind of reopening celebration in the very near future. So please watch for that. At the annual meeting, they gave a big shout out and thanks to the Poulsbo Parks and Rec for hosting them 3 days a week at the Parks and Rec headquarters over the past few months. And as I understand it, they are hoping that that is going to become a more permanent relationship, that they're going to be looking at opportunities for collaboration. So I just want to say again, Jeff, thanks to you and your team for how much you guys go above and beyond for our community. During the Senior Center Finance Report, I learned that they have been able to balance their budget year on year by using the interest from their reserves. That is, of course, not the optimal long-term strategy. So given this reality, the Senior Center Board voted to approve raising membership dues on January 1st from their current rate of $25 a member to $60 a member, billed twice a year. However, I want to note that even this will not be enough. The per member cost of operating the senior center and programming is $94 a member. So even with the dues increase, they will remain very dependent on donations to close that gap. So please remember them when you're considering giving opportunities. And lastly, I just want to note that it is National Senior Citizens Day on August 21st. So please make sure to hug and welcome someone who paved the way for you.
Hug them gently. Rick, agency, commission, boards.
I was just gonna mention, we had our mayor's ad hoc finance committee the other week. Got a presentation as usual from our finance director, which was I know she'll bring on Debbie night with all the money and give it the full brief, but good news. And when we compare her to our neighbors, definitely good news. So as folks look around and talk about how cities are doing and how Poulsbo is doing, the reality is we're actually doing quite well, especially when you compare us to our neighbors. And so the big question that we had, Doug framed it well. Doug the wiser, was why are we doing so well, and is this sustainable? We didn't want to rely on what we were seeing as a blip, and so Deb had homework from that to let us know that we don't look at this number and go, oh boy, let's get out the checkbook. So good information is coming to us, and I know Deb will give us more down the road. And then the week prior, we had a quick meeting that Ed had with the executive director at the shipyard that Doug and I were also able to attend and just get some more information on the big projects coming and what she does and her role at the shipyard and what she does primarily with Bremerton, but with the rest of us. And Ed summed it up well afterward. Is she's the primary communication person both internally and externally for the shipyard, and it's a big role. I had just met her recently myself, and it was good to hear from her. And we talked through transportation, housing, daycare, whole host of things that you wouldn't necessarily think of at a senior leader in the shipyard would necessarily spend her day on, but she does. So good meeting.
Thank you, Rick. I'll conclude this section, the board, commission, and outside agency reports. The director of the shipyard and intermediate facility is Jennifer Herbig. At her request, we took a meeting here at City Hall to learn of the $10 billion expansion the Navy is doing between the Bremerton shipyard for the surface fleets and the submarine base Bangor for our submarine fleets. We wanted to make sure and explore, were there any impacts to Poulsbo that we should be aware of on any level, housing, population, traffic, you name it. Then to learn of what's happening in the surrounding communities and then take general questions. So thank you for reminding me of that. And then just to expand ever so briefly on Rick's remark, the Finance Working Group falls under the authority of the mayor to appoint an ad hoc group. It is Councilman Eckert, Councilman Tabor, Councilman Newell. It is not to supplant the council. It is to fine tune and understand on a deeper level for a moment the numbers that are being generated in advance of when our finance director comes and presents in detail the spreadsheets and line items and reports to the full city council. And I'll end on simply illustrating Rick's remark. We are the exception to the rule right now of all of our sister cities and even the counties. Our revenue is trending up about 4% prior year, a little greater than inflation. We're trending up, and our expenditures are trending about 6% less than the prior year. So revenue's up 4%, expenditures are down 6%, and that keeps us in a strong fiscal condition, I'm proud to say. I'm going to turn now to our city administrator and department head.
Mayor, one other thing, for the rest of the council too, next month's Association of Washington Cities Elected Officials Essential Series webinar is entitled Parks, Arts, and Creative Districts. So if any of you are interested, I'm gonna register, or well, Rhiannon's gonna have me registered. And just remember, it is during the workday, but in the middle of the day, but they always record it and they will send it to you later. So if you're interested, if you're on the art committee, if you like parks, or if you want to support the effort of a creative district, this is probably going to be interesting.
Thank you, Rick. I'm going to turn to our city administrator, Rob Gelder. Good evening, Rob.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members and members of the community. Wanted to start off by thanking you all for the opportunity to attend the Washington City County Managers Association conference last week. It is always heartening to be able to gather with individuals who are doing similar work across jurisdictions throughout the state. Sometimes it's one of those things where you feel like you're at times doing it all alone, but to realize that you aren't alone. Sometimes that we're not necessarily reinventing the wheel in any particular jurisdiction, and being able to have an opportunity to converse with others who have maybe already tackled the topic that you're dealing with in your jurisdiction, et cetera, that it really makes a big difference in terms of overall support. Not to mention that some of the sessions, not some, all of the sessions were really good, but some of them stood out for me. And one of those being a topic of leading with trust in an age of algorithms and AI, which seems to be very prevalent for us and very germane. Along with that, there was another session that was entitled When Public Hearings and Open Houses Don't Work. Specifically tools to address deep community divisions. So some of you, I think, have participated with Braver Angels in the past and that type of thing. So it was pulling in a bit of those tools that they use, to kind of diversify our toolbox as we do outreach and we have conversations with the community. So definitely appreciated that opportunity. And it also was my first board meeting to attend for WCMA. So that was great, where the organization as a whole has adopted a strategic plan for moving forward, which is great. And I will have other duties that I will be participating in as we have committee assignments. Along with that, I did want to touch base on parking this weekend. And my thanks to that informal network that gets information around sometimes, because it was a contact that I got from Councilmember Newell, where I learned about the issue with the phone number on the signs. Tried it myself, went through all those iterations, and can appreciate the frustration that people would have had. Then my sincere appreciation to Public Works staff, who jumped when they were contacted and notified to actually solve the immediate issue of having access, people having access to the number. So a whole bunch of green tape was utilized to actually mask the signs. Immediately then contacted Park Mobile to get resolution on that, to notify them of that, only to learn that that number, good or bad, wasn't a number that was unique to the city of Poulsbo. That actually was the same toll-free number that was used by multiple jurisdictions and has been for a while. So it was a situation that they were not aware of. Not a lot of the customers actually utilized the phone number. So for some reason, it had not been brought to their attention, and therefore the number was shared with us. After that, they did actually the same day on Saturday generate a new number for us, and the graphics for the stickers that would actually be applied over that. Public Works, Mike worked with Sound Reaper Graphics on Monday, got that, and then by Tuesday, staff had already had the stickers on all of the signs. Not to say that we actually we'll actually be receiving next week brand new signs to replace all of those, with the really the intent to mitigate any potential tampering that could occur with stickers. Stickers are subject to somebody picking at them and peeling them off and potentially revealing the bad number again. So that is moving forward.
I assume they're paying for the cost of replacing the
Correct.
signs.
They are paying for not only the cost to replace the signs, but also the cost of the stickers and the labor to not only put the tape on, the stickers on, and then replace the signs. And then we are also working with them, as if you have utilized the app. One of the features, generally, if you're using the Park Mobile app and you're going to a new community, you can kind of see geofencing of the lots that they actually use. Not all of those features are turned on for us. So we're currently working with them to make sure that the map is accurate as possible, so that folks know what is happening down there. The other thing that we had a weekly implementation meeting with them today. And one of the other aspects of it that we are having them turn on to make sure that is turned on is that there is in the interest of not having customers say on a Tuesday, which is free, to go through the whole process of entering all the information only to come up with a zero price for parking. They should now be able to block that time off. So all Tuesdays and federal holidays, block it so that as soon as someone looks at the app or the website, they will get notification that payment is not required. Same thing for any time after 6 p.m. or before 10 a.m. in the morning. So that is another improvement that is implemented. Your question, Councilmember Fitzpatrick, about, and I think several of you alluded to this already, of sort of lessons learned in areas where we could have done better. And I think that truly does go back to the area of communications. and to Councilmember Eckert's comment that there's not any one person's job to do that. But I would say that as we kind of have the dust settle a little bit more, that we have an opportunity to do an after action kind of regroup to kind of understand the lessons learned. We'll be able to expound upon that a little bit more, but I would say, yes, communication is key. That as this is, as you've noted, is not any one person's. This has been a team effort, and to make sure that there's always somebody kind of running and riding it. Unfortunately, the communications, you're focused on getting things done more so than probably the effective communication of what's being done. So that is definitely a lesson learned. And I know Sandy already left, and I'm sorry that he did, but I see Nico here. And so had a great meeting yesterday. And we will be having those be standing meetings right in advance of the HDPA meetings. But Sandy, Nico, and Megan, we're going to get together and talk about probably initially parking and communications and all of that. But I see there's actually potential to talk about more issues beyond that. So communication is, we're opening that up and moving forward, and just wanted to give you a heads up. So that's it for today.
Just a brief remark on your first point, Rob. When you became our first in the history of the city of Poulsbo administrator, those of us who are working with you at that time on the interview committees and the rest remarked to you about the Washington City County Managers Association and the embrace of that. And like I did for Councilman Tabor and his embrace of Kitsap Economic Development Alliance, I want to thank you for not only a deep involvement, but a full embrace of your colleagues statewide, because that brings immeasurable added value to your position and therefore to your council. So thank you, Rob. We're going to turn to our Finance Director, Debbie Boer, and I would like to say the state of the city's fiscal condition is strong, and it's not only a fiscal condition, but a fiscal discipline. Over 30 years associated with the City of Poulsbo's Finance Department. Debbie, no small measure, your conservative approaches pay huge dividends for the city. Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you. It's definitely a team effort. It's not an individually driven, and it's council's priorities and policies that drive us that way. So I appreciate everybody's support. And other than that, I have no comments.
Our Public Works Director, Diane Linius, whom we must shortly bid farewell as she literally rides into her retirement on her horses. You often heard the term of riding into the sunset. This woman literally practices that. Diane, we're going to miss you.
We're not letting her off that easy.
Sometime between now and September.
Stop saying it.
So we've been working on a few things, and several of you know what we've been working on, but one of them is negotiation with Bainbridge Disposal as it relates to solid waste. I had hoped to bring you a presentation during the month of August. We didn't quite get that far, so I will be back in September to present the status and results of those conversations. We also have had Financial Consultant Services Group analyze our rates, both without the solid waste and also with the increased cost at the Central Kitsap wastewater treatment plant for their project. It was previously a $13 million project for the city, and it's now $24 million. So they're taking that into account. We've known that the costs were going to be higher, but we waited until the project was actually negotiated with the contractor to reevaluate the rates. So that's another piece of information I'll be sharing with you. I wouldn't want to pass either one of those items on to someone else unless, of course, they raise their hand and say they'd love to do it, and then I'd be happy to do that. The other thing I wanted to let you know is that City Council has asked that if there's any additional streeteries, we let them know. And that request actually came from some council members that are no longer on the dais, but I still feel the obligation to let you know that Igers has asked to have some space on the sidewalk, similar to Details, to put a couple of tables. And so that's an application that will go through its normal process with the engineering department. And I wanted to give you a heads up that that is, we have not received the full application with all the necessary elements, but there has been some interest and some preliminary information provided to our department. So that's a heads up to all of you. And if you have any specific requests related to that, let us know.
Mayor, may I, just for a second? I think because we do have quite a few new people on here and we haven't had the conversation about renewing streeteries, it'd probably be warranted to take a look at it from a program standpoint and looking at it from the encumbrances that are currently on that street, just so that we have an understanding of what the challenges are when we do that type of permitting. I think it'd be worthwhile for us to have that conversation.
Thank you for that feedback. And it just so happens that the person that manages the permit, which is Donald Washburn, is here tonight. So he's hearing directly that you would like to see what that means and hear more about that process. So very good. Future meeting. And-
Diane, Councilman Eckert also has a question for you.
Well, I was just saying, I don't remember the exact wording now, but I think when we passed the resolution last time on streeteries, it included language that we would return to that decision once paid parking was implemented. So we are due to have that conversation by resolution. So we really do need to.
That's correct. And all of the existing streeteries are in place through the end of the year. And we review it every October, November with council, and it'll be time to take a look at that. So finally, I know Mike would like to give you a quick update on neighborhood streets.
Good evening, Mike.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to give you a quick update on the 2026 scrub seal project. I got a couple of pictures here. Jeff, can you? Yeah, my IT guy here.
Well, going back. So we want to go to Zoom. We want to go then go to this one. As your presentation, share screen. Perfect. This button. There.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. So this year's scrub seal project was, just to remind everybody, the locations was all of Ridgewood, Carl Place, Schooner Court, 20th Avenue, Bartree, Norland, that area up there, Glen Haven. It was all getting it. And then down in Old Town, all of the streets down in Old Town, except for Harrison, Eliason, and I believe that's Ness that runs there. They will get next year when we're doing new water mains. We've had a couple of hiccups as we've gone through this week. Nothing too overly bad, but just kind of delaying some of the scheduling. So we were rerouting things. Joe Walker, who was a longtime city employee, you guys may remember, came out of retirement again this year, and he is our on-site inspector. He's doing a fantastic job for us. Great city liaison with the residents, and he's been going door to door to a lot of the residents and stuff, and keeping them updated on what's going on. So it's all coming along good. We're still hoping, as long as the weather holds, which looking at tail end of this week might be a little iffy. You know, a little bit of rain really hurts the process. Shade hurts the process. Cool temperatures, the marine layers we've had in the morning, stuff like that's been making it a little bit challenging. Some mechanical breakdowns, stuff like that, normal construction stuff, right? But here, let me give you a quick, just a couple of streets. So this is Ryan Street, right by former Mayor Donna Jean's house. This was done this morning. You can see, and you know, these are what, 50, 60-year-old roads. So it actually looks pretty good. This is Sun Court up off of Carl Place. That road was built back in the 70s and has had no work done on it since it was built. That one there is Haugen. That was done today, so it's coming along good. This is up in Ridgewood, the main road in Ridgewood. And for the most part, most of the neighborhoods probably 90% of the people we're talking, everybody's been happy. And you can see this close up on how thick that onyx is in there. So it just kind of helps make it appear to be a more of a paved road, asphalt road, and it helps lengthen the preservation process on it. And this last picture, just wanted to kind of show you these people in the background here. This is a contingent of people from Jefferson County Roads Department. They're working with our contractor on upgrading their own scrub seal process and chip seal process. So they wanted to come down and take a look and see how things were going down here, and I had a good conversation with them. So it was nice to see that our contractor's well respected around everywhere. So anyhow, that's all I got.
And Mike,
Any questions?
how many miles were you doing again this time?
About 3.5, I think, something like that.
This looks really good. And I just, for clarity, you mentioned that some streets like Harrison were not done. And it's because this is best done for streets where you're able to get more life out of them. And on some of our more worn streets, it would not be a good use of funds. Is that correct?
Yes and no. For this particular case, the reason we didn't do Harrison included in this Old Town stuff is because we're actually going to rip Harrison up next year and replace water main underneath it. So it made no sense to do this work to then rip up. We don't have in the budget quite yet to do, it's like $9 million we projected to replace water main in that whole Old Town area. So we got to kind of implement it in. Right, Deb? So anyhow, any other questions?
The work looks beautiful. We've really evolved in the 10 years since we started implementing the program. I think we're at a good formula right now. They say the proof of the pudding is in the eating, not the cooking. Sometimes the cooking can get a little hot as we prepare this, but in short order, I mean, these are beautiful streets. And keep in mind, for the first some 110 years of this city, the city never touched a neighborhood street. So this is quite the initiative of the city council, and the product looks great, and the neighbors, I'm sure, are very pleased, if not the day it's laid for the inconvenience, but for the years afterwards in the repaired streets.
Yeah, we've actually had pretty good conversations with 90% of the residents. You know, they all understand. Of course, everybody would love to have a brand new asphalt road, but once you start explaining to them the costs and everything else, they're understanding for the most part. I would like to say we've done a lot of, on this project especially, we've done a lot of reach out to the neighborhoods. I think Public Works has 4 times went door to door, handing out notices, keeping updates to people like that. And another shout out to Sound Repo Graphics. Not only did they jump on those stickers on Monday, got those done. Every time I've gone up there to have new notices, they make sure, boom, within an hour or two, I have them. So our guys can be out putting them out. So good local business.
Thank you, Mike, for overseeing this.
Yep.
I'm going to turn to Parks Director Jeff Osmick. I'm going to refrain from any other compliments tonight because we do not want his head getting so big that he expects a big raise and threatens the fiscal condition of the city. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor, and everyone on the dais. I think I got it right. Okay. I want to introduce 2 of our newest team members to council and our community. I'm joined here by Jesse Allard, our Senior in Adaptive Recreation. You can sit. Michelle, sit, please. Jesse Allard, our Senior Adaptive Recreation Specialist, and she'll be talking a little bit about herself. And Michelle Smythe, who is our newest facility attendant. Our community has met them. They've been with us a short while. We've had just incredible great feedback. It feels like they've been here forever, which is a great thing to say. And they have fit right in with the team, and they are serving our community so well. So we're going to start with Jessie volunteered to say hello first and tell you a little bit about herself, and go ahead and scooch on over.
Good evening, Council. I'm really excited to be here tonight and introduce myself. I started my role as a Senior and Adaptive Specialist in May when I also moved to the city. I live right on just the other side of Liberty Bay, and it's been a great time becoming a part of the community, going to different events, and I love Poulsbo so far. So far, so good. In my role, we are trying to grow our senior programmings to offer as many free or low-cost programs to seniors. So I'm really excited for the programs that were already in place when I came in by some of our great volunteers. And also, we're growing. We have quite a few new fall programs and talking with the North Kitsap Senior Center of how we can kind of help them out too. So yeah, I'm really excited to be here and to serve the community. Thank you.
And we thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Michelle Smythe, and I am the evening facility attendant at Parks and Recreation. I have the privilege of greeting and meeting many of our residents and visitors. It is been a great deal of fun for me. I've been there since mid-May, so I have 3 months under my belt. I also have the privilege of working for wonderful director, managers, and the rest of the staff. I have retired from the Internal Revenue Service where I commuted to Seattle for many, many years. So it's actually really a pleasure to be in Poulsbo full time now and getting to meet residents, neighbors, friends. And so I thank you all for the opportunity.
We welcome the both of you aboard our ship of state. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I have a few updates. I just want to say thank you again, Jesse, and thank you, Michelle, for coming tonight, for all that you do for serving our community. They have been absolutely fantastic. Just a couple updates. Just a couple updates, that's right. Poulsbo Parks and Trails Foundation is coming to see City Council ideally in October. We're looking at that. They have some great news to talk about partnerships and what they've been up to. I don't want to let all the cats out of the bag, but there are great things happening right now. We do have some board members in the audience. So in October, you'll hear more about that. The other component is I want to give a shout out, and just give me 1 second while I load this. This one, that one. All right, here it goes. This is incredible. So this is a big thanks to our Poulsbo Pollinator Program volunteers. They were out there beautifying Mural Iverson Williams Park in one of the pollinator areas. You recall the South End project we did and renovated in close partnership with Public Works, who did an excellent job on that South End picnic area. They are out there making sure that those native pollinating plants are in great shape. They're well cared for. And this area, all areas that they're working on, will grow in because there are seeds that drop and self-seed. So if you see some dead brush, it's intentional that's there. You'll see some dead brush in winter, but right now things are blooming, things are buzzing, which is a good news, and it's a beautiful day. And it's a collaborative opportunity to make sure that we can keep our parks beautiful and also have these great pilot projects like the Poulsbo Pollinator Program. And there is information, and this is in close partnership with other organizations like Poulsbo Rotary Club and Pearson Elementary as well. Want to just give a great highlight to our youth lacrosse camps are coming along really nicely. This is just so council and our community knows we have 1,200 programs. You'll hear about this in our presentation a little later today, but there is so many good things happening in our city as you go around, including Poulsbo Lions are some of our most unsung heroes at Fish Park. They are consistently there repairing boards and keeping boardwalks and platforms in great shape on a volunteer basis. You'll hear more about that boardwalk during the budget cycle, but we are so thankful for their time and energy consistently being out there and applying. And they work hand in glove with Poulsbo Parks and Rec and Public Works. So thank you, Public Works, for supporting. We're thrilled with these volunteers. This is a lot of people. You're going to hear about people too, but this is the last summer concert series where we counted 1,200 people, which is by far the record ever. And this is only half, by the way. There's a whole other side I couldn't capture. And it's all thanks to our outstanding parks coordinator, Rachel Cornett, that I want to provide a lot of recognition for. She's not here tonight. Well, Chris, please tell her to watch the video so she sees it. And this was her show. And council, keep in mind, you approved and you allowed for this to happen. And council must receive recognition for this. $10,000 was appropriated by council so we can have professional sound. So we don't have to start from zero every year with securing donations, because this is a free community concert series put on by community sponsors. And council helps provide that funding, at least so we have sound, right? Where we start from a higher amount, we can bring in great talent. So thank you, council, as well. And a huge shout out to Rachel Cornett. And this is the last slide. Oh, where's the last slide? Come on, Jeff. There it is. I'll just talk about, oh, come on. What is going on? There we go. And the mayor talked briefly about this, so I won't dive too much, but I do need to say that this was the drone show was a mayor-led initiative, and he deserves a lot of credit for this, of finding something as an alternative to personal fireworks with that ban that the community can gather around and say, we are Poulsbo, we need something, we want to build community, we want to come together, and something local to our identity. And so he started this, and staff picked it up and started running with it. But it was not it was not all me by any means. We had terrific council support. Without funding, this would not have happened, guaranteed. And without Poulsbo Rotary Club volunteers who managed the crowd and answered questions when the flight operations were happening, there's FAA restrictions of where pedestrians can go. A shout out to Port of Poulsbo, our police department, who provided a tremendous amount of support. Same with our sheriff's department, Public Works, of course, our Parks and Rec team, and many others who helped make this happen. But for council and the community, I really need to say special thanks to, again, Mayor Stern, our special event coordinator who's watching online right now, Emily Hasha, who missed the show. She's an unsung hero making all these things happen behind the scenes and coordinating folks. So huge thank you, Emily. If you see how big my eyes are, that's a big thank you. Rotarian Cheryl Harris and Mel Benner from Peninsula School District, who brought the students, and she picked up a phone when I was on a conference and we hammered this out in like an hour of the concept. And James Weaver from the Port of Poulsbo. And the two biggest unsung heroes of the night, and I'm looking at Public Works, is Ryan Dover, am I say it right? Dovere. Ryan Dovere and Chris Ryder from Public Works. And I know the mayor knows because, and if you were there, they were running traps. Let's give a hand. They were running traps that night, meaning people are like, shut off the lights. Oh, that's right. How do you shut off the lights at Waterfront Park? We haven't had to do that. And then the pavilion lights and then keeping the bathrooms open. They were out there troubleshooting every moment, all until like 11 p.m. So big shout out to both of them. Thank you, Public Works. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Ryan. Those are my short comments for tonight for the dais.
Thank you, Jeff. Police Chief Ron Harding.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to provide an update on a boat that we removed that had sunk from Liberty Bay. Some particular details about that. It was more challenging than we anticipated in that it had moved underwater and the visibility was pretty low. It had drifted about 100 feet from our original location. And it was also vertical in the water, which presented a particular unseen hazard for boaters. Thankfully, no sailboats with large keels struck it, but that could have happened. So it was pretty timely that we were able to remove it. Council, as you recall, you authorized up to $50,000. The final bill was $57,000, so we're $7,000 over. We have already made that request known to DNR. They have given us a verbal agreement that they'll reimburse that amount. But I am going to ask for approval, an amendment to our amendment that would bring to consent next week to authorize that other $7,000. We can bring it to workshop if you need to discuss it. If not, I'm just looking for your approval to bring it as a consent item next week.
Chief, I want to thank you for the leadership, and Dave Hausberg and Jeff Tim and the crew and the Port of Poulsbo, not only here in Liberty Bay, but the efforts in Olympia to strengthen the legislation and enforcement actions. We're seeing the fruit of it this year. Not just a question of derelict vessels, but the danger they represent environmentally and to others. So these are programs long called for, and you've really followed through. Please convey on behalf of the council to our Marine unit And it may be one of our own boats we need to be investing in soon too, right, Chief?
Correct.
Correct. Anything else, Chief?
was it.
Anybody else from engineering or public works, Diane? Not Donald at this time. City Clerk, Rhiannon Fernandez. And Information Technology Director, Brooks Rendell. Nothing to report. We're continuing now with the agenda. We're in the 8th item on the agenda, which is consent agenda. There are 6 items. These items are information that's been presented to council in the packet, as well as most of them have been discussed in the workshop agenda at previous council meetings, where we take no action but tee up the ball for a future action. The consent agenda represents that. All matters listed within the consent agenda have been distributed to each member for reading and study, or considered to be routine, will be enacted by one motion of the council with no separate discussion. If separate discussion is still desired, that item may be removed from the consent agenda, placed on the regular agenda by council member, or in fact, citizen request. As it stands, we have 6 items on consent agenda, and unless I see a desire to pull anyone, I would entertain a motion and a second to approve such.
Mayor, I move to approve consent agenda items A through F.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Fitzpatrick, a second by Councilwoman Thomas. I'm going to do a roll call starting to my left. Councilwoman Pam Crow.
Pro I.
Noel, I. Tabor, I.
Lived I.
Thomas, I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Eckert, aye.
And that motion passes. Thank you, council. We're moving on to the business agenda. The first item is the irrigation regulation that has to do with watering throughout town. The only comment I want to add in front of Charlie Roberts' presentation, you're seeing the ordinance, but we're not adopting tonight. We're just presenting the ordinance for first view and discussion. And on that note, Charlie, if you would take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Council. You may recall about a month ago, we had a pretty robust discussion at our workshop about some irrigation changes. Had a lot of good feedback from council, and I took the opportunity to incorporate those changes into the code that were in the packet, and hopefully captured the general comments and consensus that I heard from that workshop. This all started back in May of this year. We talked about the importance of conserving water, and council requested we move forward with code changes and some education and see where we get to. And so this is the culmination of that effort. Didn't want to go through this page by page again like we did last time, but kind of cover the highlight of the high level changes that were added. If you guys have any specific questions on what was changed, I'm happy to pull it up and go through it, but hopefully you had a chance to read it. We added some definitions to the code, including kind of dedicated irrigation systems, personal gardens, overwatering, excessive watering, kind of made the exemptions to the code a little bit more clear. So we listed those out clearly and specified which sections they apply to or don't apply to. Changed the timing a little bit and just clarified that if it's an exempt activity, you also are exempt from the timing restrictions associated with that irrigation activity. Changed some of the odd even day proposals. And we had a section in the code that was council exceptions, and so I rolled that into the exemptions because that was a weird kind of standalone thing that was left over. And just did some minor kind of text corrections and then section updating. And one other comment that I would have is that Councilmember Fitzpatrick emailed me and I changed one of the definitions by about 3 words from what you see in your packet, just related to what irrigation means. So clarified that slightly. And happy to go further into the weeds on that if you guys would like to at this point. Otherwise, happy to, answer any questions or further discussion. And then the next steps we're looking for is preparing the ordinance, bringing that forward for adoption at the next council meeting, and putting it in place and then beginning the education component. Put this figure up here. As of the beginning of August, this is where the state is at relative to the drought monitor. Just thought it was interesting. Almost all of the state is in some level of drought. Yeah, happy to answer any questions or go into the details. Otherwise, it's the presentation for the night.
Charlie, I just wanted to say thank you. This was a pleasure to read. It's nice, clear. I feel like a member of the public, if they were to read this, they would understand the intent. So thank you.
Appreciate that.
Any further questions or clarifications for Charlie Roberts? Nothing. Charlie, that's great. So we will next be seeing this in form for adoption, or are you asking for
Right now.
adoption tonight?
Let's go.
Make a motion.
When we last reviewed this on Monday, it was just for presentation, so we pivoted on that point.
Yes, we're looking
Rob?
for a general approval of the code and bring forward an ordinance to actually make it effective.
Providing some direction this evening per the motion language that's on the screen.
So if there's no further feedback or revision, we have a motion before the city council.
Move to approve proposed code revision to Poulsbo Municipal Code Chapter 13.12 irrigation regulations and direct staff to bring forward an ordinance to adopt to this code change.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion on the table? Not seeing any, we'll do a roll call left to right. Councilwoman Pam Crow.
Pro I.
No, aye. Faber, aye.
Lived all I.
Thomas, I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Eckert, aye.
And that motion passes. The next item is Front Street Reconstruction Survey Consultant Contract. It says Josh Rains. Who will staff this?
It'll be me again.
Charlie.
Yep. So this is a survey on-call task order as part of the Front Street reconstruction project that Josh discussed a couple meetings ago. This is kind of the first step in starting that design process. We get a good survey of Front Street, get an idea of what's down there, and we'll be able to use that to create a base map and do a charrette and some public involvement. So we are moving forward with Somas, who's our on-call surveyor. And I was just going to pull up the area really quickly. Share it on the screen here of where we're getting surveyed. It's a little bit further than the Front Street project, but we wanted to make sure we had enough kind of data on the survey to be able to tie in some of the side streets and pick up a lot of the information we needed. So this is the scope. Likely this work will occur in this fall. Part of this survey is going to be working with Public Works to map out all of our underground utilities and make sure we have really good locations on that so that it gets picked up on the survey so we can roll forward into the design. The cost of the survey is a little bit over $100,000. I think it's 116, which for a topographic survey of this size and scale and in our old towns, I'd say is very reasonable. And yeah, I would entertain any questions and we'd like to move forward with this.
I'll lead off with a question, Charlie. This involves more than the street itself, but also the pedestrian sidewalks.
Yep.
Yeah, that's really important. Some of our sidewalks are not quite level. They
Yep.
go back in time and have an incline, and taking all of that in is going to be critical to the work in the future.
Yeah, we asked the surveyor to make sure they get entryways and building kind of elevations so we know where we need to match to make everything ADA compliant. And as well as other large features of Front Street. So,
Any other questions from council? Rick Eckert.
Yeah, so we don't have Third and Mo in this, is that, so we're fairly confident we already have that well mapped out?
yeah, we have a good survey of Third Avenue and it ties in with that and Mo as well. We took that survey down there, so.
Okay, and then just with this area, I know, we know the history, some of the street and, I mean, are we fairly confident with what's already down there? We're just kind of locking it in, or are we having any concern about any surprises? I think back to the, Simpsons when they would scan down and you'd see dinosaurs bones and, like just, I mean, like, I remember the old mayor would talk about finding cars when we would work on projects like this. So or do we have a pretty good idea already? And this is more engineering than archaeology.
Hopefully. No, part of what we're going to be doing is using our camera truck with Public Works to map out all the gravity lines and mark all the laterals. Because I do believe there are some abandoned facilities which may exist or may not connect. And obviously there's been some underground changes. And so we just want to have as good of a base map before we even go into the design of this project as possible. And likely with any construction project, once we get in design, there'll be something on here that we missed that we'll get additional survey at that point. So this is the first step in the process.
Great. If the city could also capture the fact that Councilman Rick Eckert's on a real roll tonight, and I think that's deserving of permanent recognition in his remarks. Councilman Tabor.
Thanks for taking these questions and presenting. I actually have several questions, but I'm only going to ask two and the rest I'll email. Does the 116K include all anticipated utility locating and subsurface work? That's a yes?
Yes. Yeah, from the sub-consultant.
Great. And then last question, I just think these are kind of valuable to the public. What is the expected timeline from survey, design, and construction? Is that something that's going to come up?
I'm not sure that I can answer that. I would kind of have to defer to Josh.
Okay.
I think it'll be a multi-year process.
Great.
We are intending to have there'll be a lot of
I
public
just assume it's a
involvement.
question the public is going to want to ask.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Thomas.
Thank you. I note that traffic control is not required, so there will be no disruption to general ongoings downtown.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. One of the things we've done with SOMAS before is in areas that are kind of busier. Sometimes they'll either come out really late or come in really early to do some survey work when there's not a lot of cars on the roadway. They've done a lot of survey work for us in the city, and they're really good about not having much of a disruption. So I did talk with Mike about that a little bit, about just if they need to come in early in the morning to do some survey to get the roadway, they can do that. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? We have a motion before the council. I would entertain putting that on the table.
I would be happy to make a motion.
Thank you.
I move to approve task authorization number 5 with Somas Inc. in the amount of $116,602 for the Front Street Reconstruction Survey and Base Map Project, and authorize the mayor to sign the task authorization on behalf of the city.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have a motion on the table. Any further discussion before calling for the question? Mr. Newell, you have a question?
Newell, aye.
Well, you cut in front of Councilwoman Crowe.
I have something there before we go to the roll call real quick.
Councilman Eckert.
It just goes back to my council comments earlier. This is a process in which we want to hear from the public. This is going to be a big design project. They're going to tear it up. We need to know how to put it back together. So there's a lot of possibilities in that. So we want public involvement. We want public comment. We want to know what do you want your downtown to look like? So please, now caveat, do nothing is not an option. Because as you heard, we got to work on the utilities. But what the something should be, there's a lot of possibilities. So please get involved. Let us know, share ideas. The mayor's share of the image that they threw together, it was just a look at what we could do, but it was not the end product by any means. So please get involved and let us know what this should look like, because we're not going to do it again for a really long time. So
Councilwoman Livedall, followed by Councilman Newell.
No, I'm just amplifying what Rick said. I've seen some things on social media where people seem to think this is some sort of like optional tear up the street, tear up the sidewalks for fun. It's not for fun. It's not cheap. It's utilities and they must be done. So we know how painful it's going to be, which is why it's going to take years and years of planning, and we want to do it right. So that's all.
So just to make sure everyone's clear, this is a survey to obtain data. This is not there's no tasking in here to outreach to the community. There's no part of this that's design. That's all in the future. This will be an input into the design contract. As part of the design contract, the city will be reaching out. We will have opportunities like we did on Third Avenue to have comment in that standpoint. It is a longer process. I don't want people to misconstrue that we have awarded anything. This is just obtaining data at this standpoint.
Thank you, Councilman Newell. That's an important clarification. Any further discussion on the motion on the table? And not seeing any, I'm going to call for the question. Councilwoman Crowe.
Crow, aye.
No. Aye.
Hey, Rob.
Lived all I.
Thomas, I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Eckert, aye.
I think the council's beginning to fatigue up here.
Thank you.
We're going to get through this. Thank you, council. The next item on the agenda is the plateau at Liberty Bay. It's the final plat, and Donald Washburn will lead us through it. It's good to see you, Don.
Good evening, Mayor Stern. Good evening, council members. One moment, please, while we pull this up. All right, so I'm representing engineering's review of Plateau at Liberty Bay for their final plat. Before we get into it, I wanted to talk a little bit about our final plat process for our newer council members, and since it's been a little bit of time since we've actually looked at one of these here. Final plat involves the preparation for the recording of an approved subdivision within our city. Final plat applications must include all of our engineering and planning conditions. As defined in PMC, all planning and engineering conditions of approval associated with the project must be satisfied in order to accept final plat. City Council retains the final decision authority per PMC Chapter 17. For this project, application materials have been reviewed by the city, and we've determined that all their conditions have been met satisfactory. So discussing a little bit about the plat itself, as we mentioned, this is for Plateau at Liberty Bay. The site is located on South Viking Avenue on the southwest corner of the city in this blue highlighted area you'll see here. Land use approval for the site was obtained in November of 2022. The site itself consists of 63 lots on about 28.25 acres. The site adds 8 new roads, a connection to Viking Avenue, and a road for emergency access to the north. And moving on to some photos, you'll see here an overhead view of the plat with those new interior streets and their 4 model homes that they have on site.
Before you jump off that, I know it's not a road. What is the green space there on as you're coming up the hill between road C and D?
So
Is that just a path?
That is the top side of their stormwater vault there, and they've also utilized that space as an open space area. So if you drive up there, you'll notice really nice grass. They got a few picnic tables up there, so it is actually an amenity for the folks that live up there. And here we have a covered picnic area and that outdoor play area for future residents. This is that new entrance to Viking Avenue on South Viking there. And here you can see some off-site pedestrian improvements that the contractor completed that were per our conditions of approval for the site. As I mentioned previously, planning, engineering, and public works conditions of approval have all been satisfied. We've received maintenance bonds for the infrastructure that's been dedicated to the city. Our city engineer recommends approval of the final plat. This would be a good opportunity for any questions. Otherwise, I'll request a motion.
I'll start it off, Donald. If you could put up the original photo of the overall development. right there. Can you share the roads that run out into the woods, which currently goes nowhere, and explain it in terms of connectivity?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Of course. So you'll notice that there are a few what we call future road extensions on this site. This one right here aimed up to the north. We got another road connection here to the west. And then I previously mentioned that emergency access road to the north. That'll be this road right up here on the northmost point of the site. And that's required per our code. We require future road extensions to promote connectivity between neighborhoods if and when those northern properties develop in the future.
It's really important that on these developments in the surrounding neighborhoods, both existing and to come, that the city and its residents understand the priority of connectivity. It's been a surprise to some of the neighborhoods that have enjoyed quiet enjoyment of their streets, finally find themselves connected to a new development, have concerns about speed and traffic and safety and all the rest. But the issue of connectivity is a chosen and acted on council priority, and it's just important it be understood. It's part and parcel. Any other questions on the Liberty Bay, the plateau? And we have Councilman Tabor.
Thank you for presenting this. One question. Are there any conditions that staff in general believe that council should be aware of before approval? And then in addition to that, are there any potential unfunded city obligations that you might be aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, no. As I mentioned, the conditions associated with the site have been reviewed by our city engineer and by our planning director, and we've confirmed that every condition has been met satisfactory. We don't believe that any extra conditions are warranted here. We think they've met everything that we asked for.
Councilman Newell.
Cobblestones?
Mike, first.
I just want to chime in on this since you were talking about funded responsibilities and stuff like that. Just keep this in mind and other developments that we've recently done in mind as we are requesting additional streets people in this year's budget. So.
Absolutely. It's, not just one-time cost, it's the ongoing maintenance of everything in the city. Great reminder.
Councilman Newell.
Yeah, I just want to point out a couple facts regarding this to my colleagues. We've been having a conversation within the Blue Ribbon Commission and various times over the past 2 or 3 years as we work through the comp plan about the availability of land that we can actually build on. The site here is a total of a little over 28 acres, of which 63 houses have been platted on here. But there's a lot of land was consumed reaching up to it to be able to extend a road off of Viking Avenue, to put in stormwater, to put in other conditions. So the developer's getting barely over 2 houses per acre, even though our residential low is currently zoned at 5 dwellings per acre. And so this gets into, I just should say this is a point where some of the stuff's hard to build on. And we collectively as a community, in order to get housing in, we have to set aside a lot of property for roads and various other pieces. So just as we go forward and think about what's still available to build, these slope sites get to be a challenge. Thank you.
That's something that we've been wrestling with at the Blue Ribbon Commission. We have a buildable lands analysis that helps drive our population employment allocation. It's been accepted by the county, but it's turning out, and this is a minor example of it, what we're identifying as buildable lands is not financially buildable lands. It is well outside the pale of being able to build. And one of the things we're talking about is working with the county, but also turning to Olympia to change the algorithms which drive the buildable lands analysis and the buildable lands conclusion. Because even though the state has made affordable housing one of its top priorities, they've not accounted for affordable buildable lands. It's completely not accounted for. And so our allocation of buildable lands is not, in fact, in most cases, lands that can be built on. I'll repeat that. A lot of our buildable lands analysis is not lands that can be built on.
Yeah, to echo what you're saying, Mayor, there is not a factor for economic viability within the buildable lands. So trying to get to a point where you can sit there and put some sort of cost to the amount of money it takes to open up the land is, we think, very needed.
Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, to go with what Ed and Doug just said, if I remember correctly, there's that green strip there towards the top left of the picture. And then in those trees right there, there's a stream. Right. I mean, it's.
If I remember correctly, yes.
Yeah. So, you know, it's not just not buildable because of slope at all. I mean, there's a significant stream that runs through there, which did lead me to a question. You said future road connection. I wasn't thinking that Road F was a future road connection because it does point towards that stream. So is that actually a future road connection, or is that just for the houses on that road?
That'll be a future road connection, yes.
Okay. So the property to the west, that would be on them to mitigate crossing the stream and all of the things that would come with that.
That's correct. Yeah. If and when those properties develop, they would have to navigate around that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because the other one makes sense. And then, yeah, that the road to the north, just for my colleagues, if you haven't been up there, that's a full road. It just says bollards at the end. So you can't drive that all the way through to the next neighborhood unless you can unpin and move the bollards. But which goes back to a future or much previous conversation about new roads, but this one's well laid out. So I do want to congratulate the developers on that. This is a nice looking one compared to some of the ones we've discussed. But yeah, that was all. I thought I remembered there being a stream in there, and there's some nice, nature area signs on those fence lines. So yeah, I don't think anybody's building into those trees anytime soon.
Any further questions for staff from the city council? Donald, could you put up the motion again? And if there isn't any further questions, I would entertain a motion to approve the final plat of the plateau at Liberty Bay Development.
I move to approve the final plat of the plateau at Liberty Bay Development.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have a motion on the table. Any further discussion of the motion on the table?
Just one comment, Mayor, I thought was more appropriate for our discussion time, which is this was a large piece of our land that is less buildable land because it is now built upon. And what will be going in here is not workforce housing. And I think that's unfortunate. And I wish the work that we're doing now we had gotten to earlier as a city so we could have gotten in front of the use of some of this land.
Well, I really appreciate that. I will share that I attended the annual meeting of the Kitsap County Association of Realtors today in Bremerton. Our own Nicole Coleman was a featured speaker, and they are honing in on that middle missing workforce housing. That issue is quickly rising to the top of the agendas of the private organizations, which will hopefully drive it further with the public jurisdictions. Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Michael, I went to the original neighborhood meeting for this plat way back when, and the developer's intent was these were going to be $500,000 homes, and now I saw that they're $700,000. So I suspect in the time it took to build it and the challenges that Doug highlighted with connecting all, you see what happened. They went up $200,000. So that's part of our problem is that. These are difficult projects and building gets more expensive every year. And so, yeah, the longer we wait, the more expensive it gets.
Just want to note that the number on those signs is the very, very low end. These houses will be a lot more than that.
Any further discussion? If not, I'm going to call for the question in a roll call, beginning with Councilwoman Crowe.
Crow, aye.
Mill, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Lived all I.
Thomas, I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Eckert, aye.
Thank you, council, and thank you, Mr. Washburn. We are moving on to ordinance number 2026-10, second quarter 2026 budget amendments, and I will also be calling for any public comments in relation to that. The RCW in our budget approval process calls for this tonight. It's not a public hearing. It's simply the opportunity to call for public comment. Debbie, do you want to add anything before that public comment?
I would just like to add that in your packet spells out what budget amendments were approved in the second quarter, and the budget is being updated by the ordinance to fund level.
So I will call for any public comment in relation to second quarter 2026 budget amendments being presented to City Council. And again, calling for any public comment. And not seeing any, we have that before the City Council. Council. Councilman Tabor.
Thank you for presenting this. This is something that I think was mentioned at finance. And it doesn't need to be, we don't need to know it right now, but in the future, if we, there could be an item, and maybe I'm missing it, but I think not, do that, identifying which amendments create operating cost beyond the year that they're implemented. So again, something we don't need to identify right now, but I think in the future, that would be something that council would be interested in seeing for amendments.
Thank you, Doug. Any further discussion? Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Doug Newell, did you have a comment?
If there's no further questions of staff, I would entertain a motion as presented in your packet.
Yeah, I move to approve ordinance number 2026-10, an ordinance of the City of Poulsbo, Washington, amending the 2025-2026 biennial budget adopted by ordinance number 2024-19 to revise the revenues and appropriations regarding certain funds and approving an ordinance summary for publication.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Livedall, a second by Councilwoman Thomas. Any further discussion desired on the motion on the table? And not seeing any, I'm going to call for the question again, beginning to my left. Councilwoman Crowe.
Crow, aye.
Newell, aye.
Tabor, aye.
Lived all I.
Thomas, I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Eckert, aye.
Thank you, Council, and your Finance Director thanks you too, I suspicion. We are moving on to the last item in the business agenda. And then we're going to have a meeting break. We'll take 10 minutes for that. And then council will be reconvening in a workshop format where no action is taken. It's really discussion in large measure of future business agenda items that could come to the dais. So we have a tree board appointment. Our city clerk, Rhiannon Fernandez.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Tonight, the mayor has appointed the following board member and seeks your concurrence for the tree board, Amy Nolet. And the appointment is to a vacated position with the term ending in 12/31/2026. I'm sorry, that wasn't filled out in the packet. And the applicant, the appointee is also in city limits. And just as a note, the city is still looking to fill one vacant position on the tree board.
She's highly qualified and willing to serve. And then this almost gets our tree board to full population, does it not? That's great news for the tree board. Councilwoman Thomas. No comment. Is Amy here tonight? Do you know, Rhiannon?
She was here. She did have to depart.
Wanted to give her a chance to share. Maybe at a future council meeting, we'll extend that invitation. So I have a motion before the city council if the council desires to take it up.
I move to confirm the mayor's appointment to the tree board as presented.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Again, a roll call. Councilwoman Crowe.
Crow, aye.
Newell, aye. Tabor, aye.
Lived all I.
Thomas, I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
Eckert, aye.
It is exactly 7 o'clock. Council is going to take a recess till 7:10 and reconvene at the workshop table.
No, we don't.
My phone, it broke. 9 was nothing. Then 11, then 13. Right, wake up. I did confirm a time question. However, we need to run this out. Thank you.
City Council is reconvening in its workshop format. I'm going to execute executive authority and put in front of Waterfront Park level of service. In fact, our Chief of Police, Ron Harding, on the unit on both the radar equipment and the refrigeration unit grant. Ron?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. We're asking that you allow or recognize that we've received 2 grants in 2 separate budget amendments. So this is us receiving money instead of me asking for money. And that's always a better position to be in. The first was a grant we received from Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs, their traffic safety grant for $2,300 to purchase a radar for one of our patrol vehicles. Thank you. And number 2 is Washington State Attorney General's Office. We received a grant in the amount of $5,325 to purchase an evidence refrigeration unit. This was related to the Sexual Assault Kit Initiative, and it's already installed thanks to Public Works helping us out, and it's operating fully, and it's a great addition to our evidence storage.
Yeah, I just have one question about that. I know not the entire building is on the emergency generator, but is that on the emergency generator?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Good question.
Any other questions? I see thumbs up, Chief. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting or get on with your, yeah. Jeff, thanks for allowing that. Now we're going to go back to item 10A, Waterfront Park level of service. And let me kick it off in front of Jeff by saying basically this boils down to, is the council okay or not with the level of service being provided? So if you would watch it through that lens, council okay or not with the suggested level of service? Jeff, if you take us through it.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Mayor summed it up, and I have more slides, but we couldn't be faster. So I will go quick, and then I'm going to hand it off to Mike here, and we're here for questions. The short impetus of this is we hear comments from not only council, but community members and other folks saying, why is Waterfront Park look like this? What are we doing? And staff have been, so everyone's aware, Public Works and Parks and Rec staff, as well as our special events staff, have been meeting regularly to talk about options. And so just a little historical context, you recall that just last year, we added break days. Tuesdays through Thursdays are break days, except for 6 historic events that are allowed to operate on in that time frame. Otherwise, you cannot hold a special event during that time. It's had a little bit of a positive impact. But again, these are small incremental changes. But we have also noticed and keep receiving feedback from folks about how Waterfront Park looks currently. So I just want to give a quick overview on this, and then I'll hand it over here in just a minute. Placer AI, we have 150,000+ people who visit Waterfront Park. This is the park, not the parking lot. So if you look at this tiny little skinny map up there, it's just the park. And folks are there for about a half hour or so. And we have, yes.
Could you put it in full screen, please?
Oh. Thank you, City Administrator Gelder. Appreciate that. Okay. 152,000. 36 minutes, and we have about 100,000 visitors because we can track where folks come from. We know that it peaks during Viking Fest. That makes sense. The whole town peaks during Viking Fest. We grow, we double and triple in size here, and that Saturdays are the busiest. These are great data points just to show us where the use is and the timing of the use. No one's really there at 2 a.m., which is wonderful because the park is closed at 2 a.m. And we move through. I'm just being quick because of time for council. So just speak up if I go too quick. Lets us know where folks are coming from as well. It's widely used in the Pacific Northwest and the Puget Sound region. But here is what we want to share. And I've shared this at department head comments, I believe about a month or so ago, and Councilmember Eckert was wondering where we're coming back, and this is when we have it scheduled. So you'll see that these look like shapes. Well, they are shapes. They're results from canopies being set up for multiple days, and that stops the grass from being watered. That allows for additional compaction. It burns the grass potentially if it's sunny. There's just a lot of issues with having structures set up over multiple days. The grass doesn't have a chance to recover. In our newer planted area, when we did the South End Waterfront project, you can see here some of the impacts. And these were taken about a month ago, so they're not today's images when it's even more dry. And this is it's just dry conditions is what it comes out to be. So what we have been discussing internally is how Public Works, and I really need to hand this to Mike because we can speak, but I just want to share what we've heard. Public Works cares deeply. There are staff who really want to make sure our parks look great, and they take a lot of effort. We've looked at turf, tell me if I'm wrong on this, turf, aeration, all kinds of things on this. And what it comes out to be is the park is just well loved, and that's okay. That's okay. But staff would like direction from council, as the mayor said, and there's two options that we brought forth, and I can explain some that are not offered and why, but basically option one, hey, it's okay that the park looks like that. It's summertime. It's fine that the grass how it is. We're prioritizing activation. That's gatherings, that's communities, that's events, that's all the activations that are there. And I have those numbers off to the side if council's curious. And then there's another option. Hey, we'd love to see the grass a bit greener. That's okay too as an option. But to do so, we as a team between the departments discussed how to do so. Can we have like a 2-week break period? And can we do what were the other options? The 2-week break period. Can we?
Yeah, we talked about a lot of different things. The bottom line is just, as everybody knows, we're loving it to death out there, right? And which is a good thing. It's a beautiful park. It's a beautiful location. It is all that stuff. But we've looked at, putting events down into the parkway instead of up on the grass, for canopies and stuff like that. The picture that Jeff showed earlier tonight of the last concert was a fantastic picture, because it's a festival. It's one day, it's a few hours. But 1,000 people tromping on that grass on an 80-degree day. I don't care how much you water it, it's going to beat the heck out of the grass. And there's nothing. And these weekend after weekend after weekend of very heavy just use, even if there's not an event, it's just tough. So we're just, we're doing what we can and what we can think about on how to mitigate it. And Jeff can explain a little bit more on option 2 here.
And thank you, Mike. And I see where we have a question. If I may say one more statement here, just for council and community has knowledge. So we looked at the reason you only have 2 options is we really condensed it. Well, we did look at taking a 2-week break. We heard from Public Works that's not enough time at all for for grass to recover. Not going to happen. We looked at reducing the number of events and putting a carrying capacity. Only 3 events a week. We have 47 total events throughout the city. Of those, give me 1 second. I have this here. We had 27 special events at Waterfront Park this year and 20 last year. If we put a carrying capacity, who gets it and who doesn't is the question. Why did they get to use Waterfront Park and they don't? And what about new events? Didn't feel that was an appropriate option at the time. And we also looked at taking a look at well, we have thought about putting a damage deposit down to talk about, hey, if someone damages the turf, but that doesn't fix the turf. Not that we need to. Again, we just need directions from council. Is it okay with the number of activations and how it is? And we tell the community it's intended that way. Or would you like to see change?
Yeah. I mean, we water the lawn every single day. Unless there's an event going on down there, we water the event. Now, we've been talking about maybe watering longer. So starting it at like 3 in the morning, letting it go to like 6 in the morning, something like that. Again, that only goes so far. It just, the problem is you can water the heck out of it, but when you're beating it with all the pedestrians and everybody coming to see it, and just like if you think about it in your lawn, if you lay a tarp out on your lawn for just even a half a day, you pull it up. you see what happens. Well, do that times 10, 20 events in the summertime period. Even if you're there for a few hours, it impacts.
Quick question for me and then Doug Newell and then everybody chime in. We're talking basically a question of lawn maintenance then. Are there other impacts or is that the one we're focused on?
Great. So thank you, Mayor. To clarify, the direction we're looking at is what council would like to see for lawn maintenance. Like, how would you like to see the turf? If you like it the way it is, there's no change, there's no impacts to anybody. It's as is, right? How we are, status quo. If you would like to see it changed, after considering some of the options I verbalized, staff only has one recommendation, and it may not pass because it has impacts now, and that's the one on the screen. The biggest impacts are the ones that leave structures up on the turf for multiple days. That's 3 days without watering. That's a lot of UV light. That's what Mike just said with the tarps. That's where you get photos like this. We're not saying which events, but there's 4 events that would be affected if we made that change. And staff are recommending if you're putting structures up overnight, don't put them on the turf, put them on some hardscape. Does not need to be Anderson Parkway, but there's not much hardscape in the park. And Boardwalk is not an acceptable place to put tents.
Just thinking out loud, out of the box, and I've never thought of this before right now. Years ago, the city was approached by the school district on the problem of strawberry fields, which was being loved to death up at the top of Hostmark and Knoll. And the solution, joining with the school district, was to go to AstroTurf rather than limit play, which was an expensive solution. But I just want to say the needle can swing either way potentially if we're just focusing on lawn. But I hadn't even considered it before now. Doug Newell. Then Doug Tabor.
So I know you asked specific comment, do we like it green or brown? I get that we base it down to that. And I think most of us would say green, but then you go, well, how do we get there? I want to elevate this quite a bit higher. We've had a conversation for at least since I've been engaged with the city council about the fact that our downtown area is at capacity. Certainly on weeks, you're describing another element of it being at capacity, which is our grass, but our parking, our ability to access this. We have a true opportunity for summer of 27 to use our event and recreation center that's coming with a parking lot with a lot of off-site parking to be able to have conversations with some of our festivals, to move some of our events and festivals to that location. The fact that it'll be brand new, there'll be more space to not say, hey, you can't be here, but turn it the other way. Who wants to be in our brand new event and recreation center? And then as that evolves, then go back into say, hey, we really should only limit so many activities downtown. And I would suggest that the element shouldn't just be the color of the grass, but it should be our ability to move people in and out of downtown. Mm-hmm. Having an event in March where the demand isn't as high is different than having the first weekend in August. And so I would suggest to you, it's kind of this bigger piece of that. Because we will have something for summer of 27. But that's my feedback to you would be move, then recalibrate. How do we think about use of downtown to include our grass?
So the batting orders, Doug Tabor, then Leighton, Britt, and Rick.
So Doug Newell's comments about high level and future thinking had me think of one question just to ask ourselves and keep in our minds. For future First Street construction, right? Potentially having a First Street that we could shut down to traffic for 1 or 2 large events. And First Street. Just something to think about. Obviously, like that's, a conversation for years in the future. To this specific topic, can we go back to the the photo of the pavilion? Yep, that one. Do you notice the clover is doing great right there in that little spot? So I was gonna ask about clover mix and if that's potential. And then the other point is this permanent damage or mostly returns to normal after heavy use? And also, what's the cost to the city? Is there an estimate on that? and kind of having something to weigh this
Right.
against.
We,
right?
no, we haven't put any costs together quite yet on what we want to do, but going back to your Clover thing, quite honestly, I've said this for years, like this on shoulders of the road, Clover's a great thing, you know. Yeah, it's just.
I think about it from Britt. I have
Yeah,
to give Britt. all
Britt
the
has a wonderful idea on Clover.
I'll vote with Britt. Can we name, so that's, so my preference is do small changes and try different seed watering schedules and then report back.
Yeah.
Especially if this isn't permanent damage and it's not a huge cost.
And maybe we take a look at it and I'll talk to staff and take a look at redoing a section of it in Clover, just to see how it kind
Love
of,
that.
you know, holds up.
Britt's idea. Want to call it out.
Permanent damage. They want
It'll come back.
Leighton is next, and then we'll hear from Britt.
Yeah, no, as far as back to your question, is it permanent damage what you see here? No, it'll come back.
Great.
It'll come back. It's just like everybody's lawn in the summertime. It'll come back.
Lovely.
All right, so I had two things, mostly echoing, but my first question was, is there a different ground cover or type of grass that might
Be
be
a little more
hardier or more resilient? So it sounds like we've had that idea posed a few times. Thanks, Brent. I love that. And similarly to Doug the Wiser as opposed to Doug the Miser. I don't know. Is that what we're going with?
The younger.
Here's funny for that.
I would like us to zoom out a little bit and think about our other spaces and if there are ways to incentivize and or support activities in some of our other places. That not just the perk, but are there ways to use Rob in another way and incentivize people to get up there, or partnerships with the schools, just to just zoom out and try to use our city for these, because our downtown, like Doug said, is it's at capacity and it's thriving, especially in the summer. And we don't necessarily need to drive more people to downtown. In fact, driving them to other places helps our smaller businesses that are in other pockets of the community. People driving by, they didn't know that this great little restaurant's tucked away in this little thing. And so I think the more we can encourage people to explore other parts of the city, we will see more use. And
Yeah, you know, as far as thinking about Rob's gotten a lot busier now with the new play for all up there. It's a very busy park, so yeah, it's great.
and that may not be feasible.
No,
I just want to encourage
but
us
it is a
to-
good, it is a good location for certain events and stuff. One of the things we definitely would have to do is work out a parking agreement or something with the school district, because there's just.
And making sure that we coordinate the fire department, because it's a helicopter landing zone as well, which we've started this year, which is great. But incentivize, the lodging tax is taken on this by elevating requests that have a transportation plan or alternative plan or a different location. So that's one method, but that really resonates with the small changes and coming back and seeing what, because parking's a change, for instance, we're going to see changes downtown because of that for events.
And then I would be curious to know the 4 events that we would be impacted if we required folks to.
Makers Fair, Poulsbo Art Fest that just happened, Viking Fest, and it's just a lot of text, but I wanted to put it up there if folks wanted to read it for the community. So those would be the 4 that would be affected if we weren't, if we were going to change something, you can't have things overnight. But that's not what we're hearing from council at the moment.
Britt's been very patient.
Believe it or not, I did not ask to speak about Clover, but but I will if you really want me to. No, I kind of just wanted to echo the sentiment that I think businesses downtown and locals who just want to enjoy downtown are getting a little fatigued with, you know, the impacts to it and the demands on the parking lot. I mean, it's all the things we've been talking about. This isn't new. So I think I'm just agreeing generally with all of you that it's kind of like a little bit of all these options. And then also, if you want to talk to me about where to get clover grass blend seed, I can tell you exactly where I got it.
Send it to me.
Okay.
And I'm just curious, so CC me, please, because I like this. I like knowing.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some other options. I don't know. I'm going to defer because I'm doing a residential lawn, not a municipal park, but I can tell you that it is incredibly more drought tolerant. So there is that, and more environmentally friendly. But yeah.
Rick.
Yeah, I like Doug said, we have the perk coming. And so I'm hesitant to make any big changes when we still don't know the impact of the park and what it will be able to support and what we can drive to it and all the impact of that. So yeah, little coverage changes probably would be good. Start working on the mix. Moving to turf. I don't remember the exact figure, but I want to say when it came time to resurface Strawberry Field, so not the initial turf, but when it came time to redo that turf, I think it was $100,000, but
$1 million, $1 million to recover a field.
well, I'm just saying because I remember we were putting $10,000 a year just pulling out of operational costs and putting aside, but it wasn't the entire thing. It was just what we had to like because there was no money in the budget for that. The facilities district built it, school district owned it, but there was no money to rehab it. So that's what turf brings is replacement costs. So yeah, so I think yeah, like maybe an experimental section, but we gotta let it take. So that means people can't be tromping on it. You mentioned moving to hard space. Yeah, I don't like the idea necessarily putting more things in the parking lot. We just encourage to stop that by charging for those spaces when events happen, but I also don't want to hurt these festivals. I'm wondering about the bulkhead. Could they set their pavilions up on the bulkhead so the people are walking in the grass, but at least the tents aren't left up overnight on it? They're on the concrete along the wall. Or, I mean, I don't know that we have any pedestrian requirements.
We'd have to take a look at, ADA
Yeah.
requirements, stuff like that.
Because you still have the path through the park. But if we line the bulkhead with some of the big ones, Viking Fest obviously is gonna fit. But if we move the smaller ones, like I think the Art Festival could fit if we just kept it on the concrete against the bulkhead. So maybe it's changes like that. Just don't use the grass, use the sidewalk, put the people on the grass. They're less damaging because they're not there all night long. But yeah, I think small fixes until we know what the perk's gonna entail and absorb. And yeah, I think I'm not sure how many until we do the big next change, which is tear up Front Street. I'm not sure that a whole lot more changes down there is a great idea.
Well,
Not
and
big ones.
if you think about it, we're at, almost September of 26 right now. So we're kind of the tail end of the season for the heavy special events and the hot weather and stuff like that. So it'll start coming back slowly. But as me and Jeff were just talking about, the perk's not going to be ready for any of that kind of stuff really until 28, right? So this is more, what are we going to be doing in 27?
Yeah, this is next year we need a solution, or a temporary, which I'm saying maybe move it to the bulkhead for some of it. That gives it more than 2-week break because yeah, you're still having a festival, but you're putting it on the concrete. And gives us time to work on that, but
yeah. And
yeah, it's not making the more big changes that downtown has to absorb. It doesn't hurt these events necessarily because they get to leave their stuff. I can see some of those vendors, it would be really difficult for them to have to take stuff down, put it back up every night. Like I was just at the art festival. Some of those booths, yeah, it'd be real easy. Some of them, it'd be really hard.
And it may be unfortunately that if we're trying to fit it in along the bulkhead, the festival has to be down, instead of 50 booths, you get 40 booths or something, I said, wouldn't work with that.
So the proper order should be in council discussion before second cut, and I do have Britt and Leighton teed up. Pam or Michael, we've not heard from you yet. Are you okay, Pam? Why don't you quickly insert?
Being someone that does navigate events and tents, canopies, chairs, tables, that makes me want to cry, that recommendation, because you think about as someone that experiences events, I mean, when you get a kick of wind and you don't have a place to like kind of properly anchor your tent, yes, there's weights. It can really make a difference. And I have found that like a lovely clover covered area is more agreeable than, cement. But however, with that said, I think there is opportunity for some of the smaller events to see about, having something along the bulkhead. that sometimes maybe the tents can be tied down or connected to something. I really haven't thought about that. So, that's not off the table. However, I'm just curious though, is that oftentimes, like there was the putt-putt clash that was wildly successful. It was amazing. And I talked to, a couple of folks, and they said that was their dream venue. They finally got the waterfront. So I hope they come again. However, with that said, I was like, oh my gosh, this is your dream venue. Yes, we want you here. And I didn't say anything to deter them from not aiming for the waterfront again. Do we have information that we gathered up on why folks consistently, go for the waterfront? Because I'm looking at Centennial Park. There's Nelson Park, obviously Robb Park. So is there a way to kind of drive folks to some other parks and say, this is the area, and then admittedly, I am not someone that is, that can identify a space by looking at pictures. Is there a way to say, this is the amount of, the area, the square footage of what you'll be working with on the descriptions or in the application process, and this is the amount of parking that will be available. So that might help to drive folks to other locations if they had a little bit more information, because Nelson Park is a really nice park for moderate to small to moderate event. Obviously it wouldn't be able to support something like putt-putt clash. And I'm thinking parking and, obviously the structures. Maybe there's some more descriptors that can go in some of regarding the parks and what's available. Obviously the facilities are, and then also to Layton's point, what other areas are close by, what businesses. I mean, if you're a fish park and you got something going on, you can just jaunt right on over to, some other stores or services that, you want to pick something up, what facilities. So just, I don't have any solutions other than definitely leaning into the Clover idea, but maybe providing some more information regarding the other parks. I know. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't say that word anymore. I don't know. Sorry. All right, that's it.
Britt, Layton, and then Rick.
Just going back real quickly, I don't think any of us disagree that turf sounds really expensive, but one of my other comments on that is I just kind of have some concerns over certainly that amount of AstroTurf being placed so near to the body of water, because I mean, it's just comprised of petroleum products and microplastics. And
I'm just going to give you my professional. I don't think it's appropriate use of putting turf down at the waterfront. And I'll say one really easy pet waste. To sanitize that alone, and food dropping in there, it is not a good idea. I will stand on that hill for converting it to turf.
All right. It sounds like we're on the same page there. And I think, Pam, to your kind of question about why is waterfront park the gold standard, the dream venue. And I think part of it, I mean, it's beautiful, obviously, but I think part of it is just the ability to capture anybody who happens to be down there, regardless of whether they made plans to come to the event. And so I think that's a big part of that. Yeah, that's hard to combat, unfortunately. Good.
Layton's waving off, so back to you, Rick.
Yeah, and I don't endorse putting AstroTurf down there at all. I was just pointing out the cost of replacement, which we'd have to factor in. I would be more inclined to go to like golf course grass or something like that before I would want to do AstroTurf. But yeah, we were talking about other places too, and I'm thinking we also have what doesn't have a name, but undeveloped West Side Park that your predecessor had kids name and they called it Ragnarok, but I lean towards Volkswagen. Stay with that theme and not End of the World. But I mean, that's an undeveloped park, but another place we could start looking at folks that want to be on the water and want to be, if one event moved over there and gave the park Henderson a break, but I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to find it on the map because I don't remember exactly where it's at. But
A Street and.
yeah,
It's just down from Les Schwab if you take that road, right around there. And that's
Yeah,
West
so-
Poulsbo Park.
just, even if that was a potential for somebody who doesn't need a lot of flat space and just, we have other places. So yeah, I think smaller until we know what the big thing will do.
Right. So thank you, council. If there's no more, and thank you, Mayor. We have another comment, Councilmember Fitzpatrick.
I was just going to add to everything that everyone said, that to Pam's question about why waterfront, I think one of the biggest reasons is the readily available parking capacity. So as we're thinking about all these other parking questions and how to move people around, if we do end up landing on something like a shuttle system that events could take use of, if we figure out a way to move people to parking capacity in other parts of the city, an event could tie into that, then that might solve the problem of using Robb Park or some of these other locations if they have a way to move people to there rather than having people parked there.
It's almost like Waterfront Park, and the parking lot there is kind of premium location, and charging for it will maybe encourage people to look for other options. Oh, wait, I know.
And Jeff kind of touched on it really quick. We do have to always remember with Robb Park, it is where the emergency light flight helicopter lands. So leaving canopies up overnight has the potential to get blown away by the helicopter. And I don't know how folks realize how often that helicopter lands. I live right there.
Oh, I
It
do.
flies over my house
Oh, I
every
do.
time, and it lands pretty often. So yeah, people don't realize, because anywhere in this area, if they need to use it, it goes there. It's not just city.
Harbor
So-
View, Trauma One.
Yeah, so it does happen pretty often, much more often than we'd like it to happen, but it's definitely something we need to take into account.
Any other comment on the waterfront park level of service? Is that enough? What guidance, Mike and Jeff, or clarification would you like to hear?
I think that's good. It gives me and Jeff something to work with, go back and,
Okay.
and talk to staff and do a little bit more research on. We just kind of wanted to
Great.
let you know where we're coming from.
Very
right
much. So we have great ideas. So thank you all. That gives us a lot of really good opportunities. Some of these we're already working on behind the scenes. So we will circle back, probably just at a department head comment where we are in the future.
And Mike, if you run into a problem, feel free to ask Joe Walker to come down here.
I asked him if he wanted to come here tonight. He said no.
Okay, great. We're going to move on. That was a spirited discussion. We have Lodging Tax Advisory Committee. Mr. Fitzpatrick is going
Mayor,
to
there's-
take off.
Item B.
Oh,
Yeah, I appreciate the.
Steve, the police chief got me off my stride. Parks and Recreation Cost Recovery and Analytics.
Oh, yes. Okay. So get your stretch break in. This is a good one. This could be a second Tuesday. We do want to share this. And if we are going long and people peter out, well, just let us know. Here we go. So we're going to share this screen. And I'm joined by our State Hall of Famer and Recreation Manager, Chris Goodfellow, who will be joining me for this presentation.
I'm window dressing.
All right, so just context, this is for the community, and council read the agenda packet, but really this is for transparency. This is informational only, and we're going to be showing Power BI. So I sent you a packet with static images, so you without any context, I want you to have some information to noodle on, be like, why is this number there? But Power BI allows us to go through this data set, which we will, and it allows us to adjust it so we can actually see and understand our metrics. We can make data-driven and data-informed decisions. And also the end goal on this is to keep it updated on an annual basis and put it on our website. So when the community wants to know, like, hey, how are you doing? How are our services being delivered? And how effective are we within the city, within the Northwest, and within the nation, for that matter? So without further ado, I'm going to go through this. I am going to encourage everybody, and Chris is going to help me, so thank you, Chris. If you have a question, please air it. The goal again is to really show how do we spend the public dollar and raise awareness of Parks and Rec is a very different department from other departments. You may not be aware of how we operate unless you have done a deep dive with me where I've brought my laptop and we started talking about these things. Did I miss anything, Chris, about the overall we wanted to chat about?
No,
Great. Okay.
It's some fun information.
Does the mouse show up on this? Oh, okay, great. That's very helpful for me. All right, cost recovery. Cost recovery means you make the money back is the short version of this. So Parks and Rec recovers about 64% of our operational budget. Our operational budget is the electricity, the fire alarms that we pay, cell phones, basketball jerseys, staffing, direct and indirect marketing, Facebook ads, everything. It is the full operational budget of the department. We recover 2/3 roughly of that from basketball fees, from elective funding that people sign up for. And so that if someone signs up for a program or rents the pavilion, that money covers 2/3 of the operating budget. Okay, well, great, super. However, how does that compare? Data doesn't mean anything without context. And we wanted to know, this is something staff wanted to know so we understand how effective we are. And there was also some comments made in, I think last year saying, how is Parks and Rec funded? And we're like, well, great, let's actually look into that and let's do it visually because I'm a visual learner. So about 2/3 is from, of our funding is cost recovered, and comparatively, a very small amount is cost recovered from peer jurisdictions in the Pacific Northwest under 20,000. That is a metric that comes from the National Recreation and Parks Association. It does an annual report that we track these metrics. So we are recovering at a much higher level than our peers in this region, and at a national level, almost 3 times as much for cost recovery. And that tells us that can be both good and bad. Again, it's just a snapshot for council and community's awareness. When we get into revenue per capita, we have 13,010 people in Poulsbo. And we look at that we are receiving more revenue per resident than anybody else in the Northwest and nationally by a fairly wide margin. And what somebody could say, and I want to make sure I'm not trying to steer the data, I'm just really trying to share the data. We could say we're charging too much, but realistically, what's happening on this one graphic, let me finish my thought, is 3/4 of our recreation participants are outside of city limits. That's right. So that's subsidizing a lot of our funding. We are able to offer 1,200 programs and a diversity of programs and community services for our community because people outside of Poulsbo are signing up for those. We're the only shop in town that provides municipally priced, diverse sets of recreation that add community values. So that is allowing us to generate that 2/3. Do you have a question, Councilmember Newell?
Just what you say, you're not serving 13,000, you're serving the 25,000 that are 98370 effective.
Or even wider, right? For like
or more, but
more. Perfect.
But your denominator is the 13,000, correct?
Correct. For the data set. Correct. And then we also want to show cost recovery over time. Now, there's a lot of history. I'm still new. I'm going to say I'm new till I'm in year 5. And then I'll extend it. I know it's next year. I'll be here 5. We recover more over time slowly. We want to understand how we're tracking. And keep in mind, electricity is almost doubling with PSE. That's going to hit us. That means that's going to hit basketball fees, which is really unfortunate because those are youth programs. But that's how we cost recover. Over time, we're slowly going up. But at some point, the rubber band, what council and the community need to know is we are really good at taking one municipal dollar and leveraging that very, very well in delivering services. But that rubber band is stretched, I should say. And as we look down into this lower graphic and we compare, our earned revenue is higher than others compared to general funding. I'm not advocating for more or less. I'm just sharing numbers. And you'll see how other jurisdictions, similar ones in the Pacific Northwest, under 20,000 in the U.S. are funded. A lot of theirs, predominantly about 2/3, comes from general fund. They also get a couple things like sponsorships, or if they have special districts or any other like levy lid lifts that happen. Now, why I'm highlighting this, I want to show you sponsorships, is we hear queries from community members saying, well, can't you just have more sponsors? Sure, it's a drop in the bucket. Look at the slides compared to our total operating budget. It is barely anything. Even if we doubled or tripled that, it is barely anything for how we operate and provide services. So it's just a small amount, an essential amount for what we can offer, but it's very small. We'll talk about volunteer hours in a minute because that's actually a really big impact. But Jeff, your Parks and Rec, Public Works is here and they take care of the parks. And so we talked to Public Works and we said, what happens if, and I'm not advocating that we do this. This is for data, so it's apples to apples. I want to be transparent. If we took on the park maintenance budget, right, 3 part-time, full-time park caretakers, I'm getting the names wrong, apologize, our park staff, and partial work for a superintendent of that, a supervisor of that, foreman, and a little percentage of our public works mechanic and all the supplies. It's about 600,000 when we had this. We're still cost recovering to a pretty substantial amount in comparative, and that can tell us that yes, Parks and Rec is generating a lot of revenue, but it also could tell us that, hey, we only have 3 parks people. Maybe we need more comparatively where other jurisdictions are. Again, it's just data, so you understand we're operating at the nth percentile right now. So now we get into away from cost recovery, and I sent some specific slides that are going to talk about our programming team, and are going to talk about, and I want to show this. This is really neat. So again, ideally this will go online when we get a new website and we get it figured out. So we have a couple different ways we look at teams. Our programmer, so we have a recreation manager. This was before Chris was promoted into that position and elevated for her great work. Before COVID, we had 1.5 programmers who delivered a number of programs. And over time, we've lost those titles to the point when we ran this report in 25, we only had 1 full-time programmer who was recognized on the FTE charts. We have an extensive amount of casual labor, and casual labor is, you can say, temporary staff, right? That's another term for it. But those staff are, and council approved this last year, and thank you, those staff are sometimes putting in 20 hours a week, every single week. So we've changed that to 0.5, because what that means is when someone looks at an org chart, it should show how many positions are required to sustain our level of service for the community. Right now, there's a lot that's hidden in our casual labor just because it's mislabeled. And that's why we brought that to council's awareness last year, and we may be changing some folks this year. The money doesn't really change, it just changes how the titles are. But this is the programming, the recreation team, and then the people who help make all of that happen are our office clerks, our office managers, and directors. And it gives you a sense, and this is a lot of colors, but it helps our team understand, for instance, COVID hit, we lost everybody. And you can see that right there. And so when we built back programs, who was going to take registrations? Who was going to build the catalog? Who was going to talk to people? We didn't have that in place, and it took a while to get them back into place. And we had to do so with casual labor. Moving forward, this is the slide that I'm very excited. There's 2 slides I'm excited about. I'm excited all the time. But it's data. This is really interesting to make good decisions. This is, yeah. So what this is showing here is our types of programs. We have had, I'm going to skip over this and show you a better slide. So, all right, Michael, well, here we go. So this slide here shows us our total programs, 111,000 hours a participant. Okay, that number doesn't mean anything until I give you context. If Leighton signs up for a 1-hour class one time, that is 1 recreational hour, programming hour. So that's 111,000 hours. Before COVID, we are now higher in 25 for that, which is amazing. But what's really neat is we can track trends. So I know a couple council members are wondering about youth sports. That's what I'm thinking of. There it is. How are our sports programs? What do we have for youth in the community, especially with club sports becoming unbelievably expensive. And here we took a huge hit, and it slowly started coming back, but it's tapered off. We still have room to grow. With the PERC coming on board, we'll have opportunities depending how our staffing capacity works out. You'll hear all about this in the future. But it does tell us where we are and where we were. The senior program, oh goodness, what did I touch? There we go. Senior programs. This number is a little high when we reran the math, but the trend is correct. We never had a dedicated support or funding. We shown through our partners with the North Kitsap Senior Citizen Center and the library and Fish Line and the Tribe, and I'm missing people, and Rotary and others, that there is a demand, and our demographic is changing to 40% of seniors in the next 8 years. 8 years will be 40% in here. And this is trending that way. That's why council approved Jessie, who you met earlier, which was just really good timing that you had a chance to meet her. But we can also take a look, I'm not going one by one on these, where some areas of opportunity are, where things are trending upwards, where they're trending downwards. And we can better serve our community by anticipating these trends and nimbly adjusting. So we're using our dollars well. Am I missing anything, Chris?
Nope, that sounds good.
We'll head to this slide. This is showing all our volunteer hours over these years. These low numbers are because we weren't tracking a really dedicated system yet. I would start paying attention to 23, but Parks and Trails really took off when we had Rachel on it. 25, we had maternity leave and we lost staff, so Rachel had to get reassigned. So we weren't able to offer as much programs. But when we look at sports, for instance, league sports do not run without volunteer coaches. They do not run. And so it is impressive to see that we have such dedicated volunteers in our community, and there's still plenty of room for growth in that. And the other part is our commissions and boards. This is inaccurate. As you have heard from senior task forces and the Poulsbo pollinator programs and the marketing committees, their hours aren't yet recorded. So we have this data set. And we are refining that data set for 25. And we have a staff member who's not here tonight who is dedicated, now that this is all set up, in entering 26 so we can see it in real time and share that with our community. We're almost to the end. Bear with me if you need a stretch. So this is something that I don't know another word for excited, I'm thrilled about sharing. And we take a look at, I'm just going to show Parks Programmer on this one, because this is something that we hear about from team members, like we're so overwhelmed, we have so many things, but the data actually shows it, which is really neat. We had 1.5 programmers at COVID doing this many hours, 111,000 hours. In the 25, we had 1 programmer doing more than that. And that's why we changed the recreation division. And Chris used to run all 1,200 programs herself. That was it. So if Chris won the lotto, no one can run those programs, and those programs sustain 2/3 of our recreation department. And that department serves a much larger community, all of our community in a larger community. So you can see it's a single point of failure. And that's why we're focused on resiliency and duplicity and elevating our team. So we have folks. So that's why Chris has moved into a manager role. And we're really working on educating and promoting people within. I know other department heads are looking at resiliency as they move on and they potentially ride horses or elk or deer, or whatever they want to ride. They want to make sure that the city's in great condition. We are doing the same here. We're changing the structure. We're just showing you how it all works. I picked that one internally. It is supported, though, by office clerks and office managers and a director who can make sure that we're publishing, that we're proofreading, that we're putting contracts together, that we're building relationships. This is the actual team that does the programming. When you look at the total staff, it looks like it has been higher, which is true. But please keep in mind that the parks coordinator is a brand new position that was approved. And our special events, which we'll talk about lodging tax, this is actually timely, I didn't even think of that. The lodging tax is also quite new when you think about it. And so when you take a look at it all together, those funding sources come independently and they serve different parts of Parks and Rec. All right, last slide. Yes, this is the last slide.
And just for clarity, you meant redundancy, not duplicity earlier.
I did. Thank you. I did. Redundancy. So you have a secondary. So people can get sick, go on vacation, move, right? You want that. This is a slide that shows the value. You heard me talk about this with our Parks and Rec Commission, who serve as your advisory committee or appointed advisory committee when we first came and said, we really need a parks coordinator off of ARPA dollars because they provide value. And when we took a look and we wanted to demonstrate that value, and we showed you all, but now the community can see this and look in real time. They generated an enormous amount of value just through the parks, working with Lions, working with Rotary, working with the youth cadets, working with Eagle Scout projects. They're out there generating that much value as part of their full-time job. Same thing when we look at recreation. We can see the total value of where recreation is, or when we're pulling in for folks for Remember, the mayor recalls we had Poulsbo Rotary with over 20 volunteers for the drone show. We can track all of that to demonstrate to our community that we are really good at taking your tax dollar and delivering an enormous amount of services. But there are some critical failure points as well. And that it can be good that we're recovering this much, but it doesn't go on forever. There's a cost of doing business to that. So we have to be really nimble about where do we put our time and effort with this. And volunteers have been a wonderful way of and building partnerships to deliver services without having to receive a lot of taxpayer funding. At some point, it's the rubber band is stretched, so it will change. But I want to make sure, and our team wants to make sure, and our Park and Rec Commission, who have been briefed on this multiple times, want to just share this is how your department operates. Our leadership team has also been briefed on this and provided feedback. That's how we operate. And if you have any questions, we would be happy to entertain them.
Leighton.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you and express appreciation for the incredible work that your department does. You provide a service to our greater community that is unparalleled, and we are all very lucky. Thank you.
Thanks, Leighton.
Doug Tabor.
I mentioned this a few weeks ago, and I just want to reiterate, it ties nicely in with Leighton's comments, but more and more research is coming out that these programs for youth are some of the best ways to prevent homelessness, giving kids self-worth, mentors, things like that.
Absolutely.
It's the best way to prevent them from losing that self-worth and getting reducing K through 12 dropouts. So a lot of that stuff is coming out, and it's really
Just look
like
at the
Journal
news
of
out of
Psychology.
Seattle every night.
Yep.
Every night. Rick.
Yeah, just for clarity, because we've talked about cost recovery in the past, but we were talking about cost recovery in the past, special events, public works, police, that kind of thing. When you're talking about cost recovery tonight, you're talking internal to your department.
Correct.
Okay, so police, staffing, public works, all that separate, entirely separate conversation.
Correct. So if you pay for a program, that program registration fee goes to not only direct costs like a basketball and a jersey. I'm picking up basketball. It goes to facilities. It goes to admin. It goes to electricity. It goes to subscriptions. It goes to natural. It goes to all those things.
Michael.
You were doing comparisons to other cities. How do we compare in terms of sponsorship support? Are we average, below, above?
So we didn't compare to specific cities. We compared to the report of pure jurisdictions under 20,000. So that slide's above. Oh, I hope does it tell me the value? It doesn't tell me the value, so we're just going to have to eyeball it. And this is sponsorships, in kind, or grants or donations. So keep in mind grants, those could be pretty hefty grants. So compared to other jurisdictions in the Pacific Northwest of similar size, oh, here he goes. Is it highlighting? We're about 2%, 4.2. So that's where peers are. They're about twice as many, or twice as much. And then nationally, we're higher nationally.
So does that mean there is opportunity for growth there, or is that an area that you think we shouldn't be focused on?
It's funny that you mentioned that, because you heard in my department head comments, we are privileged, and council will have an opportunity to meet our brand new Poulsbo Parks and Trails Foundation, which is dedicated to, you'll talk about the mission, but to Poulsbo Parks and Trails and providing those services in our community, but with a fundraising mechanism. So I expect that to grow.
So a couple closing remarks from listening to this. Number one, there's a very interesting symbiotic relationship between Poulsbo and Greater Poulsbo. Number one, starting with the zip code, 98370. Many of those people believe they're in Poulsbo effectively. Number two, you guys got a lot of momentum when the Kitsap County North Kitsap Parks program failed in the early 90s. Mitch Mitchison hired Mary McCluskey, took it over like a baton being passed on the run, including programs up in Kingston, and was situated in the larger population's mind as their Parks and Rec department. It doesn't alter any number. The facts are the facts, but I just wanted to paint a picture of the momentum and the history that helped get us here. Rick?
Yeah, just into the sponsorship. I think your numbers are really good and it shows strong effort within the department. I'm going to call back to our previous metaphor with way back. I think we should look at the sponsorships as the sprinkles. That's the extra for the department. That's what lets you take the programs to the next level. But, let's stick with what you can finance, the donut. Yeah, I'm getting hungry. Let's stick with the donut that we can find, which is what you're doing, I think, solidly now. Because you know how it goes with sponsorship and grants and all. They might be there one year and then they're not next. And that's when we have to get into those. How do we maintain the same level of service conversations? So I like keeping those as the extras, or the kickoffs, but the core program, keeping it within our own, like you've been. I think that's the safer, more consistent way to provide the same level of service to the community. I wonder that P&W, I'm kind of wondering if that's more east side, where you've got a lot more organizations around. We get pretty good sponsorship here, but we tap the same organizations a lot, the same businesses a lot.
They get hit pretty hard around here.
Yeah, I think that Stone's pretty.
And the sponsorships, I'm just so councils know, I have no interest in relying on operational expenses for sponsorships where you can't just perform a level of service. Sponsorships like sprinkles mean we can have better bands, elevate areas, or bring in something new. And sponsors receive value, but if we have to, we can't answer the phone because we don't have a sponsor. That's a terrible structure.
Any last comments before we move on? Jeff, have you and Chris heard what you needed? And Chris, compliments on your programming and analytical skills.
Thank you.
The thing that for council, thank you, and for council to be aware of is, we lost our music instructor last year, and you heard about that. And that instructor generated a substantial amount of funding because she was there for 15 years with a following. They're not replaceable to that level. And so that revenue, remember, is discretionary revenue. So now we are down on that revenue, which affects kind of the full department. So there's pros and cons to this, but it's an ebb and flow. And it's helpful for council to be aware of if you're wondering oh, why is that? Well, this is providing that context of how at least the operations work and are funded. So thank you, and a big thank you to Chris. This is an enormous effort. We are punching well above our weight for any other jurisdiction of this size. Thank you, council.
Very upbeat. We're going to move on now to Lodging Tax Advisory Committee. And I might suggest, Michael, for you metaphorically to take off your council hat, put on your chair hat, and join Jeff at the head of the table and be part of the presentation. You've earned it, and you have that critical information.
And these slides are just exactly what's in your packet, just for purposes for the community, so they can see that one handout. I just broke it up for easy. Okay, so I'm going to kick it off if you're okay with that, Councilmember Fitzpatrick. So we are going to talk just a little bit about, there we are. All right, staff are coming back with our brand new Lodging Tax Advisory Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Fitzpatrick. Back in April, staff came to council seeking a little direction about how does council want to establish funding priorities to inform lodging tax, so they have some structure about, hey, here's what council would like to prioritize. And council provided very helpful feedback. I really want to say that. It was helpful to hear your opinions and your thoughts, as well as saying we want to hear the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee's representatives what their recommendation is for council. So between that time in April and this evening, staff worked with our lodging tax chair and met, discussed, and created a proposal of 2 funding categories that are recommended by the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee representatives for council's consideration. And the whole purpose of this is to be transparent with not only council, but really transparent with applicants. So applicants know what is a priority and how much funding there is. If you'll recall, there was over 1 million grants received last year and a roughly $360,000 of funding. Part of that 360 went to a staff position that helps sustain all of this. And folks were wondering, well, why did I put in for a huge grant if there's only smaller amounts? We want to make sure that the community is aware of what's available, what the priorities are. Council has a chance to weigh in on that, and that transparency is paramount to this. So with that said, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague and our Lodging Tax Advisory Committee Chair, Michael Fitzpatrick.
Well, I want to say at the outset, I am not here because I know what I'm doing or I know more than you all who have been doing this for much longer than me, but because Gary retired and I got the job. And I'm also here because as a result, I've been having to learn all of this at a pretty rapid clip over the last couple of months. So that's hopefully you're going to benefit from the fruit of that. And where you think I've missed things, please. This is very much intended to be a collaborative conversation. So I have some text on the screen that kind of summarizes what the law allows the lodging tax to be used for. And the crucial thing to note there is that different cities have different lodging tax priorities. And that's really the question that last time Jeff was coming to us to discuss. And I was one of the people who gave him some spicy feedback, and I realized in the process that I didn't totally understand what was being asked of us. So hopefully this evening we'll have a better sense of what we're trying to accomplish. So just as a quick background, my understanding is that for most of the city's history where we've had a lodging tax, we've had less than $100,000 a year for available funds for disbursement. So that has meant that the expectations surrounding the lodging tax have been smaller. When hotels came online, that increased our capacity, and that created more demand on what lodging tax could be used for. So the estimate that Jeff has given me for roughly what we expect for this cycle, just to give you an example, is somewhere around 360,000 of available funds, okay? And that's not including reserves, which is something that we may have to discuss this evening. Before her retirement, my understanding is that Mayor Erickson desired to address the fact that as these funds were increasing, it was increasing demands on the staff and stretching them beyond their capacity. And so she wanted LTAC to pay for the increased responsibilities that the LTAC fund was creating. So she supported the idea of creating a staff position out of the LTAC funds. So the result of this is that, for example, this year, staff's going to come forward with an application for $120,000 to be used out of the LTAC fund to cover wages, benefits, and a whole host of other things that go into making sure that the special events coordinator is successful. So what that means then is for all the other applicants, if that application is approved, there's about 240,000 left for the remaining applications. And that's only if the city doesn't have other priorities that it wants to bring forward. So part of our job tonight is going to be figuring out what things we want to support in advance so that when LTAC meets, we know these bigger picture priorities. And I'm going to talk about, I think, a really convenient way to think about that. So if you want to go to the next one. So what I've done here is I've broken all of the types of applications or types of uses of the lodging tax fund into two categories: competitive and then what I'm going to call council priorities. So the competitive applications are those applications that are coming before LTAC that are going to be measured and judged based on their relative merit to each other. In other words, we're looking at how do they compare in terms of how many people applied or how many organizations applied, the available funding for that year, and then all of our relevant LTAC weighting criteria, which can change from year to year. So there's a sense in which the outcome of that process is genuinely competitive and open. Nothing has been predetermined prior to that conversation. By contrast, go ahead and go to the next slide. One way to think about our council priorities, this is where you all come in, is that our council goals are determined by that council prior, or could be determined prior to that year's funding cycle. And the reason this would be valuable is because if we're going to create a staff position out of this fund, that is something that we will want to create consistency around. It's not the kind of thing that it should be that every year, depending on who's on LTAC, does this person have a job or not? This should be part of the city's larger vision of how we're going to maintain LTAC in the long term. So since these goals would be set prior to the LTAC funding cycle, council priorities would give direction to LTAC and notice to the public on how the city wishes to use lodging tax funds for longer term planning. This is the type of planning that LTAC is not well positioned to do. LTAC is not aware of the city's budgeting goals. It's not aware of the larger needs of the city. So this is making sure that council is informing LTAC prior to the funding cycle of what those bigger conversations are that the council is having. And I think this is valuable in two directions. One direction is it gives consistency to staff, that they sort of have a sense of what they can expect in the coming years, but it also gives clarity to the community who is applying for the LTAC funds. So what happened last year was there was a lot of consternation around why a staff position was being funded out of the pool, because everyone thought that whole pool of money was going to sort of be equally competitive. By doing this, it makes it clear from the beginning that council intends to create a staff position out of these funds. That way, the community knows what the actual funds available are when the competitive side of the process begins.
And it's about transparency. So folks come in, they're new applicants, maybe new lodging tax representatives, maybe a new lodging tax chair. What is council's priorities and how much funding is available so they know, and it sets expectations appropriately based on the weighting criteria that LTAC chooses for that cycle's year.
So I set this up pretty straightforward so we can have a hopefully clear conversation about this. So on the left, I have what under the law appropriately falls under that competitive category. This is what LTAC is set up to really figure out. Where does tourism need to be directed in a given funding cycle? What kind of events should be funded that year? How much? Where are they in their self-sufficiency life cycle, etc.? On the right, I've put two proposed council priorities. There could be others. Staff could bring others to our attention in the future, but these are sort of the two that are timely right now. So the first, and then I'm going to pause so that you all can give thumbs up so that Jeff has direction on how to move forward here, because this is going to be direction that goes back to LTAC this year. And then the plan is in the future to do this conversation once a year in the spring so that it's done well before the funding cycle starts. So the first question is, and what I'm recommending on behalf of the committee is to make the funding the special events coordinator position a council priority. Now, there are three ways that council can go about this. We can say we don't want to fund it out of LTAC. We can say we want to fund it partially out of LTAC, or we want to fund it fully out of LTAC. But the goal here is to have a clear plan going forward so that this person's job is not in a state of uncertainty year to year as LTAC is making its deliberations.
Michael, a quick
anything you want to
question
add to
from
that?
Doug Newell, if we could.
I have a break, but does Jeff want to add anything to that?
I don't think I want to add anything to that. I'm going to look over. Yeah, no, we're solid. Not going to add anything at this time. It's pretty clear. And if you have questions, this is a good time. So thank you, Michael.
Just to clarify one thing you just said, Michael, you want a consistency if we choose the position to be funded, but if we come back year to year and reset priorities, does that not still put that position in a
So there's a level of
less stable,
yeah.
or will we be doing that particular priority in a multi-year sense?
So there's two dimensions to this. So one, we want a level of consistency that is going to be more than the truly competitive process where anything could happen year to year. But on the other hand, we can only do what the law allows. So we can't, bind future councils to some kind of permanent series of priorities. All we can do is set an agenda for a year. But nonetheless, what we want is for the two items that I have on the right to be sort of part of our longer term planning. It's not the kind of thing where we're just going to reverse ourselves year after year after year.
Jeff?
And now I have that comment that wasn't ready in my mind at the time. Because I had that same question, Councilmember Eckert, when Michael and I were chatting a little earlier about, well, council can decide these priorities. It's flexible, it's nimble, and it's transparent to the community. And it could be that, hey, 5 years from now, council says, you know what, we actually wouldn't want to fund this from the general fund, or maybe there's some other fund that's out there. Maybe someone does a giant endowment that can fund this. It keeps that flexibility. But otherwise, that position is we still have to apply, but it's not a competitive level versus we need more no offense against maps, but we need more maps downtown. It is meant to be first funded based on council priorities that the lodging tax representatives would know.
And there's a really important reason for that, which is these are incommensurate goods, whether you're trying to fund, say, an author meet and greet versus a staff position. You know, if I put another 5,000 to fund this author meet and greet, we go below the funding level needed to fund this position because it's an all or nothing position. You can't partially fund the staff position the way we partially fund some of these other LTAC events. It's an all or nothing. And so if I put that 5,000 towards this other event, that means I don't have enough to fund that entire position now. So it's a bigger picture priority than what LTAC is set up to deliberate on.
Doug Newell, who's been very patient.
Thank you for digging into this. Kind of a part A, part B. How are we managing, just for clarity to all of us, our special events? How are we coordinating them today?
It's a broad question, but I'm going to try to answer this. So special event, if it's a permit application, comes into the city, the special event coordinator is responsible for receiving it.
So we have a person and they're currently funded by general fund.
Currently funded by
That's what I'm
lodging
saying.
tax.
How do we have that's what I'm trying to get clarity
I see.
on. How are these things being staffed, the effort being staffed today?
Wonderful. This position is currently fully funded by the lodging tax fund. And it has been funded by the lodging tax fund for 5 years since it was created. Correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure we have common understanding that it almost sounded like this was a new position that we were trying to get funding for. This is an existing position that has been funded year after year. And so of the 360 or 400,000, this has been 120,000 that we've been setting aside for years.
Correct.
I didn't come across that way initially. It sounded like this was a new position. Apologies for not doing that. So thank you for grounding me on that.
I'm sure I wasn't clear about that.
So I guess at a high level, it is not going to provide clarity. There's certain things we can use LTAC for that we can't use general fund for. And in that standpoint, there are things that I think we could be funding in our community that are important to our community to keep them going that we can't use general fund on. And so to me, I would be one, we need to manage these special events. I think that as part of this could be an input as part of where we're coming into with our biennial budget that's kicking off here shortly, that this should be one of those things. Maybe we look at partial funding because I know that there's certain events in town that are going to could benefit from this LTAC. And so from that standpoint, I'm not ready to sit there and say, no, you need to continue to carve this off because of the impact that I know we've had to potentially make trade spaces for some events that we thought. We've run surpluses for the past 3 years. I'm going to go out on a limb. We're going to run a surplus this year in the general fund. I know Debbie's back there going, not yet. Give me another month. But so that would be my feedback. Britt.
Along those lines, my feedback is also that I have misgivings over the special events coordinator position being fully funded by LTAC when I'm unsure that every event that the special events coordinator works on qualifies for LTAC. It fits
good point.
You know, I mean,
The spirit of it.
The events coordinator to be effective needs to be able to work on all events. So, but that's not what the funding's intended for. It's intended to support heads and beds, like very clearly.
If I may jump in.
That's the standard we hold the other applicants to in the competitive process.
In talking, yes, if I may add some color to that. So when an applicant applies, there is a direct area in the MSRC weighs in on, and same with RCW. RCIW is very broad. You can use lodging tax dollars towards attracting folks who are over 50 miles away, folks who stay a night, heads and beds. That's the one that it rolls off the tongue. Folks who come from out of state, out of country. It's straight off MSRC's website. It's in a recent article too, from one of our county magazines. And additionally, funding can be used for operations for like destination marketing organizations, chambers of commerce, tourism bureaus, those kind of things as well. And it can also be used for capital infrastructure as well. It can also be used for staffing support, not only with nonprofits who operate those things, but for city support because they are bringing in tourism in general. So this role, and I don't think, maybe it's not explained and folks aren't aware, is not just processing special event applications, of which we have 47, of which you saw last year the amount of time and energy it takes to coordinate each and every department and go through cost recovery and tell them about parking. I'm not being defensive, I'm trying to.
No, and I'm not questioning the position or whether we should have it or whether it's important. I'm questioning whether LTAC should be skimmed off the top every single year to support it.
And that's a question where we're here for council to weigh in
I
on.
agree with what Doug said about the community and how important this pot of money is for the small events that are trying to get going and keep going. And I represent organizations who apply for this money, and I represent businesses that pay into this money. So
Quick footnote, having chaired the committee at the time, Mayor Erickson pursued the original concept of the event coordinator. The committee agreed, me on board, that we would not fund 100%. We wanted to see skin in the game from the city. So we insisted and conditioned that there be a 10% match of general fund money for the event coordinator, showing serious interest by the city and also covering those activities that might not be directly LTAC. And that carried on for about 3 years. And then the push was 100% coverage.
And I'll just mention one more thing. And again, this is helpful. So we're here tonight to help, so council can provide direction to lodging tax to win on this. And if the direction is not to prioritize that, it goes into competitive funding. Lodging tax could say no, unless council has, would like to put staff to put a request in through like the general fund, for instance, to fund it through it, which we can't. That's the direction we're looking for. There's not a yes or no. And the thing I'm mentioning, because I hear it all the time, just putting like solid staff hat on, is I have personally and professionally heard here from peers and from council that if we're adding new positions, where's the funding like where's the revenue stream? So that's my understanding of how this was funded, is the revenue streams from lodging tax, which pays for the position. So if it is going to be, if council would like us to put forth in this biennium cycle, the revenue stream is going to come from, it's going to be funded through general fund. I am not aware of what the revenue stream is for that. Just for awareness. I know I hear that all the time. I'm looking at our wonderful finance wizard.
Without context or whatever our priorities, I've heard talk of a lot of positions. I think that that's part of the budgeting cycle process, is to go, what is our priorities? And I'm just suggesting that this might be one that, 50% general fund, 50% LTAC, because I'm sensitive to the fact that this is lodging tax, and we have special events that are important to us as a community that are either longstanding or are starting or have started, that this is one of the few places where we can write a check out of for things that aren't, there's things this money can do that we can't use our general fund on.
I'm going to have Rick and Doug Tabor, but allow me to weigh in for one moment as mayor and past chair for quite a while. It's interesting to debate the event coordinator position, but I think we're actually chasing the wrong will of the wisp. The one on municipal capital projects is the slippery slope, because there would be no end to funding, improving, building
Yeah.
parks, physical facilities, a lot of one-time capital dollars. And that's where the major buku bucks would be. And that would be the competing to the competitive grant cycle.
So we were planning to talk about that separately. So we want to get guidance from the council on what the funding of the special events
So,
coordinator position would be
Rick
first,
and
and then
then
we'll
Doug
turn to
Tabor.
that.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, you said we'll talk about that separately. I was just gonna lead off with, yeah, I think capital projects should have to compete. I don't think that should be a priority, because if we're gonna use this for a capital project, we absolutely need to justify it against the competitive and every single time. Because that is, I don't think that's.
Do give me one chance to come
I'm-
back to that.
I'm
that's
just,
all.
I don't want to forget to say it, and the other ones are longer. And I'll, to Britt's point about if this is 100% funded at LTAC, and then they support events that aren't necessarily LTAC, I'll throw my own under the bus. Memorial Day, sponsored by the VFW. That is not a tourist event. That is not a bring heads into beds event. It's honor veterans of Memorial Day, and the special events coordinator manages that event, just like every other special event. So we do.
She does the permitting process.
But so I definitely would lean towards that there needs to be some general fund part of that. I agree it should be a priority, because I do think there's consistency and there's value and bringing the events to the city. We want all that, but I do think there should be maybe not a 50-50 split, but a match. But I'll also go to what, I've said before of what I would love to envision is that this position becomes something more. In order to have a creative district, we have to have a designated director. I think this position could be that as well. I also think, and we have it scheduled, it's on our future agenda items where Britt and I have brought up many, many times. We want to talk about the future of downtown, creative district, entertainment district, all those things. And I would love that we have a staff member who is, Navy termed the belly button of the staff for the downtown of everything you need. Who do I go to? That anybody downtown says, I need something. And this person is the one who says, that's a public works issue. That's a parks issue. Let me get you a planner on that. And since most of our special events happen downtown and the creative district would be the downtown, I just see all of that going together in one person. And that would argue more towards a 50-50 split, where they're doing city work as well as touristy work, but it's all complementary. So I think it is a priority. I would think I would agree with it. It should be given the placeholder, the percentage and how we work it out, I think has room for discussion. And then as far as events, kind of like what Doug was saying, those events that we sort of know, Jeff, and you and I talked about this at one point where there was, and I forget exactly how you phrased it, so I'm going to rely on you to remember, where there's categories of events, and there was the top one of events that are in the city's interest to happen. Viking Fest.
Yeah.
It is in the interest of the city for Viking Fest to happen because of all the benefit we get from it. And so even though that would technically fall under a competitive event, I would almost argue that that's a council priority, that we would want to pick an event like Viking Fest that brings so much into our city that we set that as a priority and not have Viking Fest be a year-to-year competitive thing, just like a brand new event that's never done anything before. I would almost suggest, I will suggest that the ones that are in that category that you define that way, which I remember that one and I don't remember the rest, that we make that a priority as well.
So part of the reason for creating these two categories is to set up a framework for us to use to think. Staff is working on that. I originally did have that on this slide, but Jeff took it off because that's something that they're still working on. So that will come back in another form. Yes.
Okay. Quick clock check. It is 25 minutes to 9. Debbie would like to put in a comment, and then to Doug Tabor.
I just want to remind everybody the history of this position. So this position, as Jeff alluded to is, or said is, this was a very strong push from our old mayor. And she felt that it was very strong to have this event coordinator to support the events downtown, to bring in the tourism, to also support the organizations downtown that were bringing in their own tourist events to support all that. The position was turned down several years. And when the new hotel came in and almost doubled our revenue, then it was time to say, this is how we can afford the position. And so we're bringing in significant revenues because of the additional hotel, and it's being proposed for another hotel up there. Now, I'm not saying that this has to be done this way, but I think you need to know the history of it, because when you're talking about general fund funding for this position, it's now competing with everything else, and then you're prioritizing. So it's a good position to look at. I just thought the history might be helpful in how this position was started and how this position was funded and what the intent of the position. So.
And we run the risk by bifurcating that you only partially fund a position because you have two different decision points, one going through the lodging tax process and one going through the general fund process.
Yeah, and agree with that. And I think it is maybe warranted for a little bit broader conversation, because we have turned around and tried to shift some of our city costs onto events that is driving up their costs. And so, you know, we're taking money and moving it around at the table. It'd probably be good to look at both sides of the equation. Just sensitive to the fact that, you know, if we go charge off our police force and public works, which might be appropriate, then some of those events are struggling. And so it's not everything can fit out of that pot. And then the question becomes, do we decide to support less events in the future? Or do we there's a lot of positions. So that's why I was thinking, thank you, Debbie, for giving us the history, that this might be warranted as we go through the budget update to go, how does this balance?
Doug Tabor.
Just one item that we've kind of touched on, I just want to confirm clearly, the special events coordinator, that wholly works on events that fall under the requirements of LTAC, correct?
Oh, no, because their goal is so what Deb was alluding to was precision.
I know.
There were not that many events when this position was created.
Yeah.
Was created to bring in events, but also that event process is cumbersome. So it made sense to consolidate it under one individual who did all events. But what they don't do, and I want to be very clear, is when we went from 90% funding to 100% funding of LTAC, they no longer took part in Parks and Rec, like internal events at all.
Okay.
The only time we did that was because we put the 4th of July together for this one, because that drew a little bit more people. They put some of their staff time into that. But otherwise, they are touching every event that comes in for consistency, making sure all external and internal stakeholders are involved on a tourism aspect.
Also to coordinate all the grant recipients for that year.
Correct.
For promotion, marketing, and just coordination, and make sure they're running true to form and try to be helpful to the LTAC criteria in their award. That was part of the job description.
Correct.
And Lynn used to have meetings at the Port of Poulsbo office and others where once a month, every recipient came together around a big table.
And their role, again, and I know how late we are with time, but someone mentioned their one touch point about, oh, you want to offer event, you should talk to so-and-so, here's where we go for rentals. It's one point of contact to provide information to the full city, regardless if it's an event coming from Anacortes or locally. They do it all as one touch point, with the idea of bringing in tourism here to build a vibrant, interesting city. Just because it's a city that has many different types of events is a city where people want to participate, compared to we only do events from 50 miles away.
Well, and to be clear, I don't necessarily mean that.
Pam was next.
Hold
on.
I just want to clarify. I don't mean that just for events. I mean, like Britt's talking about, like, you know, the HDPA beautification person relies on who's the volunteer in any given year. I'm talking about a staff member to assist downtown regardless of what the issue is. It's just, it's the community liaison for the staff, from the staff to the downtown in all senses. Just like, you know, So it's not just necessarily events. I'm talking about, I envision it as the downtown person. And they don't necessarily do the work, but they help funnel the work to the right people because you don't always know who the right person is. People change. So
Pam.
So regarding the other piece that you were going to present, can that be sent to us for us to go over that? The other piece that you had alluded to, that you would present it?
You're talking about whether some events have more significance or value in the city's priorities than others? Or are you talking about capital projects?
The capital projects, yes. But that's okay. If we get
No,
to it
no, that
tonight-
we were going to discuss tonight.
Okay, tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Question in reference to the special events coordinator, that they would, they do LTAC driven projects as well as, supporting businesses. Regarding PERC coming into the picture, I'm assuming that person's workload is going to increase.
It will.
PERC. So in looking at funds and supporting that position, I see there needing to be two people to support all of that activity that's going to come into place. So I'm just saying this out loud. I have to, kind of get it out loud, is that what we're looking at in reference to down the road is going to have to be something that we set up for future success and reference to special events once PERC is in place. But you guys are pretty sharp, so I have a feeling you're going to present, something that would have that in mind. So just making a comment.
You'll see a perk update during the budget season.
Can I make,
Britt.
I don't want to derail this. We're staying on track. But the question of increasing events and increasing parks and all those things, I'm going to insist that we have a communications director before we have 2 event coordinators.
So at this time, we do not yet have a clear direction on where the council leans with respect to funding the special events coordinator through LTAC. We've heard 3 of my colleagues say that you're in favor of a split. Then we heard the finance director weigh in on that. But I would love to hear from Leighton and Doug Tabor and Pam, where you guys lean.
I'll go ahead and just say that I'm not confident in the how clean the split is or how clean the interpretation of generating, external tourism with internal, community events. So I'm a little skeptical, and I lean more towards looking at the split carefully and weighing how much is internal, how much is external.
Leighton.
I think that I don't feel comfortable weighing in either way until we can have a conversation in the context of other positions. If we are looking at pulling from the general fund and being clear about what trade-offs that might mean.
I guess I'm concerned. I don't want this conversation to throw into question whether her position is valuable or needed. That's not, so I think we do need to figure out what a split would look like, but I guess at this point, I want it to be funded. I want her to still be doing the work.
100%. I'm not advocating that the position not exist. I'm just, if we are looking at the general fund, I feel uncomfortable pulling from that without the context of other positions, if we are currently funding it through LTAC.
Rick.
Yeah, and I know you just said we have a perk update coming, but I'm just gonna assume we had a perk programming position on the last budget proposal, but you also we didn't need it yet. So I'm just assuming that that's going to come back on the next budget proposal because now we do need it. So that's a whole separate position from what we're talking about right now. So I think that
they need an
we got
answer.
3 things we're talking about.
They need
This
an
one,
answer,
that one,
though,
and
because
PIO.
the calendar, they have deadlines. So
If I may.
Yeah.
I'm going to simplify all of this really easily. What we're really proposing, which is from your advisory representatives saying they would like 2 buckets. Just ignore what's in the buckets right now. One, everything, there's a competitive bucket. Right now, it's exactly what we do. Every application is fully competitive. What your lodging tax advisory representatives, what you task them with, or come with a recommendation of priorities. So what they're saying is have a competitive bucket and have council priorities. Just say it's blank right now. And in spring, every spring, you can say, you know what, keep it blank. You know what, keep it blank. You know what, actually, this thing's happening and we like it to be funded a little bit as a priority so they know. That's what the structure is saying. If we ignore what's under it right now, these were, and what I'm hearing from council is first, what Michael and I need to, what our chair and I self need to hear are you in favor with a competitive and a council priority bucket? And then of the priorities, just for now, because the application's due at the end of this month, the beginning of September, staff are still putting in an application for the special event coordinator. We just want to know is that lodging tax wants to know, is this still a priority right now? And then we can do all this background talk about future funding as well, but at least it's in there.
And I think part of pardon me for jumping in, but I think also part of it is managing community expectations about what actually the level of funding is that is available. So you don't have people $1 million of requests for something that is a lot less.
Correct. Yeah, Jeff is planning on creating an FAQ after, probably a few months down the road that will eventually make it so that all these conversations are out in the public's eye in a very clear and transparent way.
So why don't we try to look at capital projects, but I will do a time check right before 9 and see what the intent of the council is. Is that good?
So did that give you what you need?
So I'm really happy right now because we have because it's competitive, everything's competitive, but if council wants to set a priority, and right now today, for this cycle coming up, the priority is right now fund the special event coordinator for now, right? Because next spring it can be revisited and maybe it's mixture of whatever it might be. And I have my direction.
Are we going to have another conversation about priorities or is this it?
No, we will, you will have one conversation before each funding cycle each year. So
Right,
next
I'm saying,
spring.
are we going to have that or is this it?
For this year, because the funding cycle has already started. So we're a little bit behind the curve for this year.
Okay.
But then next spring for the next year's funding
Okay.
cycle.
So we're not having another conversation about priorities.
For this funding cycle.
Okay.
Outside of tonight, this is it.
So for these, let me go ahead and bring us to our second bullet here then. Municipal capital projects for tourism related city owned assets. Now, the reason this is on here, and this is the part that I didn't understand before, is we have the LTAC fund that I mentioned before, 360,000, but we also have a strategic reserve fund, about 450,000. Now, the LTAC does not, in a funding year, touch that, meaning those funds are not available for the typical competitive grants. And part of the reason is because those are there sort of available for a larger vision. Right? There's something that could be used if we know that there's something really important going on that we want to sort of direct the committee to use, right? So the staff thinking in that line then have sort of realized you could have a project, a capital project where there's, because of the perennial value of that project, you may want to make use of those, of some part of those strategic reserve funds. Now, I want to be clear, I am neither advocating for or against. I just want the council to understand that there is this separate pot of money that is there that could you potentially use guidance from the council, and that would be of value of having that as an option for the council each year.
I just want to say that is an unintentional sacrosanct reserve that the council never it just grew of its own accord and nobody wanted to touch it. And now it's just like, it's so big it could be used for capital, which I think is a slippery slope. Doug Newell.
I would strike the municipal capital projects for tourist related city owned assets and just say council priorities include the use of the LTAC reserve fund. That if we are going to
per RCW.
Yeah, if we're going to use the LTAC reserve fund, It's a council, it would be for council priorities or council would set the use of it. Vice it being on the competitive side, where it's the pot of money you guys are slicing up annually. But we could potentially come in and say, we have a priority as the council for whatever it is.
I think I get
I.e. widen it from capital, don't limit it to capital projects.
Yep.
It's our priority. We set the priority for the use of the reserves.
For eligible uses.
For RCW eligible
Well, yeah,
uses, yeah. So he's just broadening it, which makes sense. And then every spring, council can say, nope, we don't have any priorities. Nope, we don't have any priorities. Hey, the pavilion needs repairs.
And I'll give you an example. You come up and you give us the 7 that you can fund. And we as council go, you know what? We really want number 9. Use reserves. Council priority, pick it up and do it.
And I think part of why this is really valuable as a council priority is staff is doing this long-term planning that's going to expand beyond the LTAC funding cycle. So it gives them something to think about where they know in the spring that the council is going to support them putting in an application. Whereas if we say no, then they know in advance, well before the LTAC funding cycle has started, that that's not going to be a permissible resource for them to lean on, and they can start looking somewhere else.
I have Rick.
Well, yeah, and that kind of was my question is if we broaden it, like Doug suggested, and it's going to be council needs something. Yes, we could use it for the competitive cycle and we want number 9, we want below the line, but does the use of the reserves have to be limited to the normal LTAC cycle? Or since it is reserves and it is council priority, could that be throughout the year?
Yes.
Can I give a real life example to illustrate this conversation so we're not hypothetical? The original reserve was for special events that were out of cycle that were perceived to have great potential for the community. We originally were toying with the drone show for the light show, which turned out to be a tremendous community event. But LTAC on some level refused to consider it because they didn't have a policy telling them the reserve fund was for special events of one of a kind. And so it continues to build and build and build. And now it looks attractive
And that's
for
what I'm
capital
asking. Can
projects.
that be considered? We only look at LTAC once a year right now, but is that because legally we only can look at it once a year? Or could we look at reserve funds as like a budget amendment through the year because something comes up like the light show, like the pavilion catches on fire?
LTAC is a volunteer group, so to respect their time, the process runs once a year. And for the city to use these funds, it has to go through the LTAC process first. So if you do something out of cycle, you are requiring that group of volunteers to come back and do a separate vetting for that.
Or starting a second process, which we came in, we believe we discussed it with council for the drone show. It adds a lot of time and effort to start a whole second.
And that explains how we got to 450,000.
So Mayor, we may need to extend, or this has to come back for another, I'm not sensing we're
I was
lining
going to
up.
do a time check in 1 minute. What's the will of the council at 5 minutes tonight?
Well, I'm just on there. I think we need to talk about this more because it sounds like we have flexibility. We aren't using it. Some of the reason we're not using it is respect of our volunteers. Some of it is because of historical preference. Just
In the interest of
happening.
time, Rick, do we bring it back to continue the conversation or do we extend tonight's meeting?
I think we extend tonight's meeting because they need some direction in order to run this cycle because budgets are happening. I make a motion to extend the meeting to 9:15.
I have a motion.
Second.
Second to extend the meeting to 9:15. Everybody in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Now,
And the motion carries and we have 20 minutes.
Yeah, so I said, if it's a need that we need to establish a policy in accordance, because it doesn't sound like the law prevents us from having a second cycle. It's historical precedent that we don't. And some of that precedent is set by being considerate of our volunteers, which we would still do. I don't think we would ever just demand their time, but I think if it's going to be a council thing, we shouldn't limit ourselves because we don't know what's going to come up. And let's say it could be pavilion catches on fire and we want to use those funds to repair it. That's going to be unknown, never planned for. It happens. I don't think the LTAC committee would begrudge us to come back together to discuss that. I don't think we should restrict ourselves. I like Doug's suggestion that we change the language to make it more open-ended. And if we need some kind of a policy in place to give the LTAC guidance that this could happen, and then that also lets, if there's a volunteer on there that says, I'm not coming back again, no matter what, then they don't volunteer again next year. But as I said, I just need clarity on if it was us doing this to ourselves or if this is RCW driven. It sounds like it's us doing it to ourselves.
Yes, it is. Doug Tabor.
So just a quick one from me. I sent you both an email with an outline of 3 points, and 2 of them, Washington State Auditor's Office guidelines and Municipal Research and Services Center, MSRC's guidance on this issue. And as long as we're following those guidances, I'm okay with using the funds in the way we're discussing. So I just want to confirm that, and that's all.
Who's next? Britt?
Do we need to move into this? Or have we moved thoroughly into this capital projects?
Yes, I've said what I needed to say, which is to get people to understand that we have, as the mayor has been saying, we have money that is not being used and it's not a part of the LTAC deliberation at the moment. And the question is, if staff brought forward each year capital projects with an eye towards using some of that money to help fund their capital project, if it meets the RCW requirements, does the council want that to be an option as part of our priorities?
I'm personally less interested in it coming off the top of I'm more interested in using reserves at this point because we have kind of an absurd amount of reserves that's piled up, and I feel uncomfortable about that. So, but I guess a question is how much of what comes in gets stashed away to reserves right
I can
now.
answer
Did you
that
say
question
that
right
and I
now.
missed it? I'm sorry.
Oh, we didn't say it.
Okay.
I can sum all this up. I feel very confident in this. We are not stashing anything into reserves right now.
Okay.
Last year, what was spent was what came in, right, Deb? What was spent that came in for, I know it's late. What was spent for lodging, what came in for lodging tax was spent for lodging tax. Nothing went to reserves unless there was a refund or someone didn't use it all. That would be my exception. But we're not intentionally stashing things into reserve right now.
Yes. How did it get this way?
It got this way, and I'm reminding council, and it was actually a mayor-led initiative to have a strategic purpose of reserves with knowing that the perk would come in and events would have to be brought in nationally and statewide to have a strategic reason. So Lodging Tax Committee, this was presented, Lodging Tax Committee made a strategic decision to keep some reserves for these one big, and we have lodging tax representatives nodding their head in the audience, that this was intentional, and it's now year 3, keep some dry powder for one kind, like if FIFA came back or something came back, keep these strategic
Viking
reserves.
Cup.
Viking Cup, starting up the perk as an example, but it allows flexibility as opposed to spending all the reserves and you just have more maps that go outdated. And so that was put forth, brought to Lodging Tax supported it, brought the council for 2 years in a row. And for this year, my understanding is that's going to be the same level unless some opportunity comes in. And what I'm hearing from council is you're okay with competitive and council priorities. Everything's competitive. For this cycle, the special events coordinator is a council priority. And below that, anything that's RCW, that meets RCW guidelines.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but we don't have any capital projects that, if we're putting in these priorities here in the next 2 or 3 weeks, what are the capital projects? What are the other things? We don't have them to even identify them as council priorities.
Correct.
It's just a concept at this standpoint. And so I'm sorry, I'm a little froggy. It's 9 o'clock, but what priorities do you want us to set? I don't have anything in front of me other than the special event coordinator.
Okay, I know Leighton.
I have Leighton and then Rick.
Can this be used for the boardwalk?
It can be. And so that's one of those priorities is I'm presenting next week, I submitted the grant, 500,000. So if we need money in the future, in spring, one of the springs, council can say, hey, we're short a little bit of money. Let's put 50,000 to the boardwalk because it is tourist driven. It is a major thing. This structure just allows council to say in the spring, hey, we understand you have some capital projects. We want lodging tax to prioritize these projects in the fall cycle.
Without having to go back to LTAC, we could then, okay.
Yep, you're just giving LTAC guidance. The only project we're submitting for capital this cycle is to repair the pavilion down there. Waterfront Pavilion is the only capital project. Rick?
So quick, one question, and then I could think of something for what Doug was just saying. I know last year when we had this and we looked at changing something, Gary said if we didn't vote the slate that came to us as is, we had to send it back to LTAC. So if we do like Doug said, there's 7 and we say but we want to fund number 9 out of reserves, would that require us to go back, to then all go back to LTAC? Or do we have to have a policy, or will we write a policy that means we can add?
As long as it's listed, council can decide it should have higher or lower funding. What council can't decide is if there was 15 options and someone came out of nowhere and they didn't go through LTAC, you can't consider like some other option that was never on the board.
I think that conversation was about lowering somebody's approved amount. And he said it would have to go back. I just want to make sure that if we say, hey, we want to add number 9, now the whole thing doesn't go back to LTAC and get re-voted on, and we don't disrupt the whole process because now we've added a priority in that scenario. Because I could see us doing that. It's very feasible.
In November, I present to council about what LTAC's funding recommendations are. If council decides to change a single number, you're allowed to do so, but it will go back to lodging tax committee, and they have 45 days to respond.
Well, now that's how they change their recommendations. Add 1 out of reserves. So you bring us 7. There were 2 more, 10 more, and we say out of those ones they didn't recommend, we picked number 12. 12's important, funded out of reserves. They didn't, because they couldn't tap reserves. But we say tap reserves. Now does the whole list go back to LTAC, or is that we've approved theirs, but we've added ours?
So I want to answer your question, be respectful of the extension of time right now. Yeah. If council changes LTAC's recommendations, it does go back to LTAC. Okay. What this proposal in front of you says is, you don't lose anything with this proposal. What this proposal says is you're informing LTAC on an annual basis of what your priorities are for the upcoming cycle. For this cycle, this year, right now, it's going to be a special event coordinator, and you can just say, hey, we support the only capital project that's going in is the pavilion repairs.
That's my second point. I'll come to that in a second. I just want to make sure we're clear on if we do, like the scenario Doug suggested could happen, where we add an event that the LTAC did not fund because you spent the money, you spent the whole 360, but we see value in another event and we say funded from reserves, does the whole slate with our added 1 on go back to LTAC, or we approve theirs, so we're good, we just added reserve use and now we vote and we approve? I just want to be clear. I don't want this to become the question when it comes to us. I want to know the answer before we have that conversation.
I think that just to be full discretion, I think that it's late and I'm not tracking exactly what you're saying, and it would benefit from probably sitting down.
I don't know if you're nodding because you understand my question, or you agree, or you know the answer.
I think anytime that you modify it, whether you're adding something that was not recommended, it's got to go back to the LTAC committee, and they have 45 days in which to comment on.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're clear, because we won't necessarily know that scenario in advance to set a priority. So it's just, we won't know. So if we do that, we just have to recognize it means it's going back. So as to, this is what I was asking earlier, and I don't think I was clear. You're saying this cycle, we're going to fund the coordinator, and maybe I wanted to add another priority to that list for this year. And I was asking if this is the time to do it. So if this is the time to do it, I would suggest that we add funding Viking Fest as a council priority rather than them being a competitive priority, because recognizing the fact that that is an event that brings value to the city that we want to occur regardless of what other competitive events come in. So that's if this is the time to say that, that's what I was asking.
There's another way to approach this. Any fund that we have in the city and the other boards I'm on that has a reserve has an explicit reserve policy that's been established, voted, and created. Just like we have our 2 months
Time to
and
go.
8% for
Right. So we could do that. I'm just, but if we need
so
to set
what
what
we
priorities
need to
now,
do
I
is
want
develop a general fund policy. Start at the high level and not just be picking projects and adopt that, through the LTAC council process. But we need a policy for reserves. All
That's what I
our
was
other
asking.
reserve accounts have policies. Am I right, Debbie?
They do, and this does have the reserve policy, and we are exceeding that policy by intentional future spending. What we should do at this point, I think, is everything that goes for LTAC funds goes through a competitive process, including the council's or including the city's request for funding for a coordinator, including the funding for the capital projects. I think what the question is brought to you is they would like to come to the LTAC committee who has a competitive process and say, this is hopefully what council's priorities are when they're approving the budget. It doesn't mean that LTAC has to recommend those. It doesn't mean that they can still come back with their recommendations, but we're trying to give them direction so that to let them know that these are some of the priorities that the council would like covered with these funds. However, it still goes through that competitive process.
Okay.
And the reserves in this fund have significantly built because we have projected the expenditures to match the revenues for the year. In COVID years, none of those funds, or very, very little of those funds were expended. We've approved funds for groups that have not expended their grant funds, and our revenues have exceeded our projections. So those reserves have grown. And it was very true that we said we would like to keep those reserves at council's direction and or concurrence, that when the perks coming on board, we are going to have a lot of programs that are going to bring tourists into the city, and we would like to have funds to support those functions. And so that's all of the background to get to, but everything is competitive. The council does have the discretion to change that, as I said, as it goes back to LTAC, but ultimately it's council's decision on what's been approved.
Okay. Thank you, Debbie. That clarifies most of it. The only thing I have left is, do you need, if I want to suggest that a council priority should be Viking Fest as well as the LTAC, you need that right now?
For this
Yay or nay?
funding cycle, yes.
Okay. I am recommending to the,
And I'll just say, I don't know what could potentially be my priority, so I don't, I'm going to have to abstain. Because I don't know what they might even be. I don't know what capital projects might be ones I would want to do. I just don't know. So I'm sorry, I don't know enough to be able to identify a specific priority.
The boardwalk, which I know is not a this year thing, but the boardwalk and the pavilion are a priority for me. moving
I concur
forward.
with that.
Those are the only two infrastructure projects under capital that are on my radar right now that we've been telling
Okay, and
council about in the
Going
future.
to go on record again and just reiterate that my position is that the LTAC fund isn't generally used as this slushy fund for the city to kind of, I know it's all competitive, so I'm not trying to say it's not competitive, but I don't want to be constantly applying pressure to the volunteer LTAC committee with our requests when the community needs the money. So I'm just exercising caution and being conservative on what I think the city should be submitting for ourselves. But the pavilion is important, and it definitely takes a beating from all the tourist driven events. So I agree that that is a totally acceptable use, and same with the boardwalk.
But just to help out Doug Newell, if the city applies for use of those funds, is it only for the strategic reserve, or could they also apply for the regular competitive, the standard funds as well? And I think that's an important guidance right here that will tell staff, okay, if you're going to send this into LTAC, you're explicitly saying we want to use the strategic
So that's
reserve.
slightly different. That I wouldn't want that to be conveyed as those are council priorities to the volunteers that a city request is a council priority, since we haven't seen what the city might request. And therefore, it's hard for me personally to say, yes, I'm not, anything that comes up as a city priority over the next month is a council priority. I just don't have the ability to do that.
9:10 on the clock.
If it's reserves, it doesn't compete then. So that would take some of that pressure off.
So I'll make this, you can give a thumbs up or not on this one. So everything's competitive is what we're hearing. Council supports and would like to prioritize funding this cycle, the special event coordinator, and prioritize to whatever level, waterfront park pavilion, capital, and then it can be revisited in the spring about whatever council would like to fund, because you'll have well awareness.
And I think the expectation should be that staff comes to that spring meeting with their concrete capital projects proposals.
I agree
think
with
that's
the
the
pavilion, but I
idea.
also would suggest Viking Fest.
And whatever else.
Actually, I have one more comment that just came to me.
Everybody go for it because there's 4 minutes
Yeah,
left.
real quick. So we need to get this out there more. It's finally made it to the meetings for the minutes for the port meeting, but the Valkyrie boat is at risk of going away from Poulsbo. So I know that's nothing the city can necessarily solve, but if a nonprofit can somehow take it over, and if LTAC could possibly help with some of that, I don't know. It's an idea.
And the crucial idea here is the LTAC needs to know the bigger picture of how we're thinking about this so that it can inform the conversations. That's the value of doing this.
The bigger picture should be driven by the community and the events that they want to put on and the things we want to do. And then the city has involvement in that as well. But I'm just concerned that it's a slippery slope into us just using this as one of our other buckets. And I don't want to do that.
Agree. So they have a direction. I'm the only one that said it, but do we concur that Viking Fest should be a priority, or do we want them to compete with everyone else? I mean, they all compete, but.
And would you like to dip into reserves? Because that would be helpful for their guidance. Okay. So.
Okay.
Reasonably, we're just going to say reasonably dip into reserves. Does that sound broad enough? Reasonably dip into reserves. The priorities are coordinator, the pavilion, and assisting Viking Fest. We don't know exactly what it is, but we can authorize some of the reserves. That gives them the guidance to make funding decisions for the community and be transparent, which is the goal. Thank you, council.
Just
Thank you.
as long as we're following MSRC guidelines. Great.
Somebody asked me why I moved the police chief up in the agenda. I would like to welcome Leighton to City Council. I know it's not your first meeting, but it's your first real meeting. Welcome. I assume there's no questions left of council and there is no future, but there will be public comment.
Hang on. Move to extend the meeting to complete the rest of the agenda.
Second.
So moved.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
You had about 5 seconds.
So we're calling for public comment.
Okay, public comment. Greg Enright, moved here in 78. Anyway, first thing I'm going to do tomorrow morning is go take a picture of the grass up at Robb Park. Second thing I'm going to do, well, I'm not going to do, but I would suggest to the department is do some research on grass. FIFA had a pretty good grass growing. It's too bad we didn't get this up there and bring it over here. But anyway, there's got to be a grass that will last people walking on it. I don't think tents are the issue. I think it's watering. I know in the past they watered Thursday night. We do our event Friday. This is the Poulsbo Art Festival in Makers Fair. We do our event Friday. We come in on a Friday morning and Saturday and Sunday and leave Sunday night. And in the past, they actually watered Thursday night. So it was only 2 nights that they didn't have any water. The reason for that is that artists do not like to have the sprinklers come up inside their booth. And it kind of destroys everything, and it really messes the insurance policy. I was going to ask it. Was that the 2-3 thing? But anyway, the other thing I find a little, I'm sorry, I'm on the LTAC committee too. But years ago, we need to bring more things to Poulsbo to do tourism. Now that we do that, we need to take the tourism somewhere else, to another location. How many people have gone to an event this year outside of the city? And why did you go there? You went there because of the location. It didn't matter if you went to the Blues Festival over at wherever the burnings were over in Lake Chelan in that area, or you go somewhere else, you go because of the location. Those people come to Poulsbo because of the park. You know, it would be nice to say we could move all that stuff up to up by the college, but you know, it's unless we get a nice view up there, it's the park that people come to. So do we limit the events? Yeah, maybe some of the events can go up there. But for the art show, to get that many people to come, I know what the third one, Jeff. I think that we need to drive this by data and with and so what is it on Monday throughout all the Mondays throughout the 365 days? Which Tuesdays, which data shows up the number of people coming? And the last thing is, could somebody buy me dinner? No.
Thank you, Greg, for Arts by the Bay Cultural Foundation, LTAC. It's calling for any last public comment. Calling for public comment, not seeing any public comment, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed? We're adjourned.